Following are some words from our sponsors. Odyssey Freshers Cup 2020 has been provided entirely free to all the players, meaning that the generous donations from our sponsors have helped get new players into the sport for their first tournament.
The wanting spirit and all of us just pulling together and making the individuals the most important.
The fun we have on a daily basis, the adventures we have, you know, they are priceless moments.
Because supportive, they've taken me from never being in care before to where I am now, which is L&D manager.
What I love about my job is that I get to be a rock star when I come to work.
Because it's a family-run business, you've got that extra personal touch to it.
The possibilities are endless. There's so much potential. If you're looking for a new career change or something a bit different, Home from Home Care's the place for you.
I just love it. I just love it. Everything. I love everything.
Dislodged Photography are one of the longest running and most consistent quadball photographers in the sport. When the Dislodged team are about, you know you're going to get photos that show off your good side. Simon Blackshaw is a friendly photographer and face around the community who genuinely cares about the sport. We thank them for their donation towards the running of ODYSSEY Cup 2022. However, quadball isn't the only thing that you'll find photographed on the Dislodged Photography page. They also capture astrophotography. I assume that means things to do with space. Motorsports, things like bike racing and cars, and all manner of events. Pop over and have a look for yourself.
If I was to pick 3 words to describe Home from Home Care, I would definitely call it exciting, unique, and rewarding.
Knowledge, it's experience, and it's fun.
Exciting, challenging, but rewarding.
Diversity, equality, and inclusion.
It's fun, it's rewarding as well, and learning, because I'm learning new things.
Hello, hopefully the sound has started working now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is the sound working? About 20 seconds. There we go. Apologies for the delay in getting the sound to that. We're just having a few technical issues, but all should be fine now. So, welcome to Odyssey Cup 2022. This is a tournament run for freshers and university students to get into the game before the UK official season starts. We are about to go into Leeds versus Sheffield. You'll see on the left we have Leeds playing in green today and Sheffield on the right playing in their classic pink or purple and black uniforms. Coach and captain Josh Cooper using this opportunity before we start play to have another little talk with their freshers about catching and throwing. Josh Cooper, of course, being technically first year themselves last year's season. Well, this will be their second year playing going into it. They spent the summer following OQC and training with us, so we're very keen to see how they do in this tournament. Some familiar faces from Sheffield, including Amit coming in as a player. I'm not entirely sure if Amit has entered the community leagues now or if they're still playing with Sheffield. I'm going to say they're still playing with Sheffield. They're in the Sheffield uniform, so we'll go with that. Who else have we got? It's quite reassuring for me knowing that I don't actually recognise quite a few of these faces, knowing that Sheffield have brought 9 freshers with them today. I believe they were aiming for between 10 and 12, but some of them unfortunately weren't able to come and decided to prioritise going to Northern, which is a wise move. They are all fresh out of doing their workshops in contact training with Josh Armitage, who has been heading up QUK's move from one-arm tackling to two-arm tackling. So we're going to see today how the universities are dealing with two-arm tackling. It's going to be an interesting one. We do have Epion here on standby. Thank you very much to Epion for coming to cover the tournament for us. The refs currently are having a bit of a chat and a discussion if they're going to start the game at some point soon. I'm not sure of what the time is currently, but I think we're just about on schedule. What's the time? We're 5 minutes behind, 10 minutes behind, 0 minutes behind. We are 0 minutes behind schedule. That is possibly a first. We are now exactly at 10 o'clock. Here's the first hurdle of the day after the mics. Will we be on time to start? It does sound like they have found a whistle. On pitch number 2, we have Manchester versus York, it seems. They are just about to line up to start off their game. Throughout the day, we'll be able to check in how pitch number 2 is going. So, the running order for the day has been arrive at 9 o'clock. We had workshops working on tackling and contact. A lot of the time spent actually learning how to fall. Very important now that we've got a two-armed tackle in the sport, knowing how to actually take the contact and hit the ground safely, as well as also being able to give contact safely. One thing that we've seen in some tests while running two-arm tackling is that you now can restrict the movement of people falling. So a big part of this is making sure that you're not going to hit the ground like a plank. I believe, I don't know the name of the head ref for this game, but I think Josh Armitage is going to be there working, shadowing the referee, helping them out. I think Milo, is that Milo? Is the snitch runner for today? I have my very diligent assistant, Manon, here, giving me the information on who is it. So Milo is the snitch runner with Josh. Oh, Josh Armitage is the head ref today. And who are they with? Emily Hayes is going to be the snitch referee, with Zach McDonald as an assistant ref, and Max Xavier Persons as the second assistant ref. I believe, yeah, Max is going to be playing for or I think Max is coaching the Bangor Swansea team today. Max playing for Team Wales with me over the summer, which was very nice to get to spend a bit of time and meet them over there. Very diligent player. They're very keen on seeing Wales grow as well at the moment, doing a lot of coaching out there. Captains are now being called into the centre by Josh Armitage. Let's have a look. Let's see if we can read their lips. So Josh with their back to us. In the red is Zach McDonald, the Canadian Goose. Leeds captain going up to shake hands with Josh. This is going to be a confusing game, as I believe there are at least 3 Joshes on the pitch at any given time. Now, judging from the body language here, I believe they are gearing up for a fight. Zach there getting ready to disarm someone with his hairline as he pushes it back. Looks like they haven't got a coin, so they've tossed a mobile phone. I think it was screens up, which looks like that means that Leeds are going to be able to pick what side, what ball they'd like to run for, or what side of the other ball they'd like to run for. At the beginning of the game, as we start off, both teams line up at the side of the pitch, running in. You have one ball runner who's going to run for the quaffle, one ball runner who's going to run for the bludger. So at this point, they get to decide if they want to if they want to pick the side that their runner is on, the quaffle or the bludger, or if they want to pick what side of the pitch they're on. I'm hoping they're going to stick with the sides of the pitch that they're on at the moment, because everyone likes to not be uprooted, I find. Keep it in. Again, another whistle went off, but I believe that was for pitch number 1. I've just noticed my shoes falling apart. That's interesting. I'll keep you updated on the progress of that throughout the day. At this moment, it looks like they're pointing out a couple of key issues that some of the refs need to be aware of, such as people with hard of hearing, people presenting in different genders than they align with, people with various limps. If you've got any other further issues that might be a danger on pitch or that might impede you from understanding a ref's call, such as being French like Manon. I always say that is one, no, I won't say that on stream. No, I won't. There you go. Manchester on pitch number 2 have just done their Spartan Scream and Baruch Kazar, I think they yell. I should know this, I was on their team for a good 4 years. They're lining up on pitch number 2. York are just starting their huddle on pitch number 2, so it looks like they're about to start their games any minute now. York's chant there. Who are we? Horntails. Who are we? Horntails. Who are we? Horntails. Yeah. I believe that was the full chant. Refs in the middle still having a long, diligent talk with the captains from Leeds and Sheffield. Might as well cut back to a wide. So I don't think they're going to be moving for a little while. So it's very important, especially as this is the first tournament for many players here, that we are very forward with the rules, that we make sure that everyone knows what's going on. Both captains for Leeds and Sheffield, are first-time captains, I believe. So this is going to be their first tournament where they are in charge. So making sure that they know exactly what's going on with the refs is vital. Over here we have Sheffield having a bit of a practice around the hoops, led by alumni or continuous student. I don't know how long they've been a student. It's been quite a while. Amit, they have a quaffle. Do we want to, yeah, might as well. We'll get some movement on screen there. Again, a reminder, this tournament is for university and freshers, making sure that they have some experience of the game before being put into their first Quidditch UK tournament. It looks like we are about to start off the games. Both teams now are getting into their huddles. They're going to be talking about their game plans, hopefully, or maybe just having a bit of a chat. I hear the last series of The Boys was quite good, so people might be having a bit of a talk about that, or what is it, Lord of the Rings, The Rings of Power? That was interesting. Final episode the other day. Controversial opinions on that. I won't spoil it for anyone. Wasn't too much of a fan. Should we go back to wide for a sec? And the referees are now coming to set up the cones, make sure everything's there. Josh Armitage counting it out. Big old strides. Being surrounded here by Zach and Max. Are you all right? Good morning. How are you feeling about today?
Come a long way. I'm ready for bed, but...
How long have you been travelling? You come up from Swansea today?
Yeah, left at 4:30.
4:30?
So, yeah.
Do you know what I was doing at 4:30?
Asleep?
Yep. Very, very asleep.
No. We're doing a full day round trip as well, so...
Oh, what time you plan to get back tonight?
Midnight.
Midnight? If you're lucky.
Yeah.
Oh,
My birthday tomorrow as well. So
oh, happy birthday for tomorrow.
I'm going to sleep through it. So
How old are you going to be?
25.
25?
Yeah.
All right, no, it's still young. You can make that, you know.
I'm closer to 30 now, though.
I said, don't start that with me, man. We know the pain of being close to 30, don't we, Zach?
So close.
So close.
I'm already 25.
Yeah,
Wait, you're only 25?
Yeah.
I thought you were older than me. All right, okay. Well, I'll just shrink back up here and pretend. Wait, Emily, how old are you?
Me, I'm 28.
28. Cool. Yeah, you and I, we know the problem of getting close to 30.
I'm definitely not 28. I'm definitely.
Josh is older than me.
Wait, Josh, how old are you then?
I'm 28.
You're 28.
Yeah,
Right.
I'm a little bit older than
I think I'm slightly younger than you.
Yeah, it doesn't
Slightly,
count.
by like a couple of weeks or so.
Okay. Wait, when's your birthday?
March 10th.
February 15th.
Ah, so
Yeah, a couple of weeks.
I'm
Fair enough.
practically a baby.
You're still a twinkle in your father's eye. Right, yep.
Okay, I'm going to get brooms up going.
Well, brooms up are about to be going. That's lovely introduction to the reffing team there. We now know how old they all are. I genuinely thought Zach was a lot older than that. It's the beard. Okay, teams have now been called to their brooms. Have we... Ooh, one moment. Here's something I forgot. Yeah, sorry. One moment. Okay, so when there's a goal, just to explain this to people watching from home, when there's a goal, there is going to be a replay. So you just click that when that happens. Instant replay. What a marvel of modern technology. Brooms down has been called. So we don't have a... It looks like we only have a quaffle and bludger runner from Leeds. Sheffield being called for ready, were not ready. So as we see in the centre of the pitch, we have the quaffle runners who are going to be running for the quaffle in the centre of the pitch. Just in front of us here, we have the beaters who will be running for the bludger that is currently at the quaffle. Josh explaining now the starting procedure to Sheffield, making sure that everyone is aware of how the game's going to go beforehand. It's always good to know how we're playing from the start.
The way this is going to work is, I will say brooms down, and when I say brooms down, you will not move. You will not lift your broom off the ground. Secondly, I will then say, ready. After that, I will say, brooms up. Now, on the B of brooms up, you can then move from the sideline and begin play. So it'll go, brooms down, ready, brooms up. And on the B of brooms up, you can go. Okay? So good. During the game.
I'm not 100% sure if you were able to hear that at home, but Josh Armitage going very much drill sergeant there.
Like that. I'll do one more.
From the sound of the whistle there, that's, I'm going to assume, Hugh Phipps, World War I, over-the-top trench whistle.
That will mean stop where you are. Put the balls on, put a ball on the ground next to you. Put a broom on the ground and stay where you are. That's a brooms down.
Very important to explain the brooms down procedure there, making sure that everyone knows when to stop. It's a safety feature of the game. Multiple 3 blasts on the whistle means brooms down. So everyone's got to stop what they're doing, put the brooms on the floor and wait for instruction.
Leeds, you ready?
Leeds are ready. Sheffield are also ready. Both teams possibly tied with that shout. Brooms up. First to the quaffle there is, I believe, Sheffield there, number 97, with quaffle control. Sheffield also bringing in bludger control there. Being hampered there by the Leeds beater, dodging a beat, but keeping in game. Sheffield slowly walking down the pitch there. Big pass off. Terribly sorry, a bit early in the morning there. Went for a zoom rather than a pull out. First goal to Sheffield. Leeds keeper now with quaffle control. Walking down the pitch, forming a line. They have two beaters in front of them. Both beaters armed for Leeds. Sheffield beater going for a block for the hand, but unfortunately that is actually a beat, even if you do block it there. Beaters are not immune from bludgers. That is the keeper's possession for Sheffield. When the keeper has the ball in their keeper zone, it means that they are safe from being tackled or beat. Sheffield there slowing down, taking a look to make sure that they've got players and support around them. It does look like they are being called by the ref that they have to keep moving forward. There is a delay of game penalty in Quidditch. If you do not move the ball, the quaffle forward with the intent to score, the ref can and sometimes will penalise you for that. Looks like the bludger there struck out the receiving quaffle chaser from Sheffield. Sheffield there being Leeds being beaten out. Sheffield's keeper retaining the quaffle. Sheffield going for a tackle there. Pushing it through. Leeds there putting a hand to them but not being able to take them to the ground. Sheffield scoring a second goal there. I believe we've now got the replay running. You'll be able to see them fight through the defence there. Leeds putting in a valiant attempt to put in a tackle there, but unfortunately not getting a grip on the Sheffield keeper as they were able to push through and get that first goal in, leaving the score at 20-0 in favour of Sheffield. The keeper of Leeds there giving instruction for their beaters, telling them to look out for the bludgers. I believe they are going in for a tackle on the bludgers there. What have we got there? Sheffield keeper has retained control there. Sheffield getting to the ball just before Leeds were. It was a bit of a wide pass, unfortunately not playing off for them. Keeper again giving instruction. I believe the keeper, 97 for Leeds, is a bit of an older player, with the Sheffield chasers taking instruction from them, trusting them to understand what's going on in the game and playing out for them. Sheffield's beaters there, giving a bit of a bubble around their keeper, but pass off there, over there to, I believe, a fresher for them, being tackled there by number 9 of Leeds. I think that's Christine. And keeper for Leeds, now having possession of the quaffle in their zone. Using keeper's protection there. Slowly walking up the pitch as they form up their chasers. It looks like they have 2 shoulders. Oh no, all 4 chasers almost forming a line there for Leeds. Not necessarily the most productive attack formation. Now Leeds are forming into a little bit of a box with the keeper and 1 shoulder chaser. Big pass over there, over the top there. Unfortunately not quite making the hands there. Being chased down by Leeds, but it looks like Sheffield keeper there slid into the ball in front of the Leeds player, it seems. Therefore Leeds have retained quaffle possession. Quaffle possession behind the hoops of the Sheffield team. Big pass over there, but interception by Leeds keeper. Leeds keeper going for a sub, it looks like, but he has to release quaffle possession before subbing. Passing it over there to number 69 as the keeper sub. 69, not being a keeper though, is liable to be tackled. The Leeds keeper going in there for a tackle, but unfortunately being beaten out. Oh no, they were not beaten out. Amit there now coming on as the keeper for Sheffield. Keeper having possession, being in keeper zone, nice and safe. Bludger control being with Leeds at the moment. Sheffield walking down the pitch using their beaters there to clear out a patch so Amit can try and get past, but unfortunately they left the chaser who was directly contesting Amit there. Amit holding the ball there, chaser coming in to go as a passing option but being a bit too close to be safe there, being beaten out. Another chaser going in for the ball but has been beaten out with Leeds. Keeper now with Quaffle possession, no one really in their way to stop them, and through the hoop. Wonderful. We see that keeper Amit went to stop it. Now the whistle has been blown, which does mean that Amit can pick up the ball and go straight for a goal. However, they have slowed down. It looks like they noticed that Leeds have bludger possession, so they have slowed down their run. Sheffield using their bludgers again to clear out a little bit of space around them. A pass there to no one, it seems. There has been a brooms down called. So the brooms down has been called for a faulty hoop. They've waited until there was a bit of a moment there where there was going to be a Quaffle turnover. So the keeper of Leeds now has Quaffle possession, I believe, being safe in their zone. I'm going to do a very rare backtrack on something I've said before. And can I have my coat actually? Thank you. Manon very wisely early offered me my coat. I stubbornly turned it down. And now I regret it, as it is quite cold up here. Thank you very much. Josh Armitage is currently explaining bludger immunity to the teams. As I say, these are both teams of very new players, meaning that it's important to make sure that everyone knows all aspects of the game. Bludger immunity, when one bludger is on the ground and the other team has two bludgers, a beater can raise their arm in the air, which indicates that their intent is to reclaim the third bludger that is on the ground. While they're doing this, they are immune from being beat. However, if you raise your fist in error when the other team doesn't have both bludgers in possession, then that is a foul and can result in bludgers being reset and a card, I believe. That might have been a bit of a rambly explanation of that, but I'm going to stick with it. Okay, brooms are being resumed now. Quaffle is with Leeds keeper. Bludger control currently with Leeds still. One chaser for Sheffield being positioned behind the lead keeper, but not acting that. Leeds keeper making a run down the pitch. Beat up that way. Big pass over, and it looks like that's going to be out of bounds. Out of bounds, thrown from Leeds, which means Sheffield have now claimed the Quaffle. So inbounding procedure. Quaffle has been passed over to Amit. Amit organising their team. Sending two Quaffle players far down the pitch, right and left, I heard. A bit of confusion there as Amit is telling them to run behind the hoops. It looks like their chasers are a bit too tentative to get around the bludgers at the moment, not wanting to risk being beat. Kyle Balderson going for Amit there. Bludger coming into the live streaming there. Amit being beaten out there by Leeds beaters. Kyle Balderson claiming the Quaffle there for Leeds. Beat attempt there, but missing there. Kyle dodging that beat. Big pass over there to Leeds, who goes for a shot, but just shy of the hoops there. And it looks like Christine has picked up for Leeds. Amit going for it. Ball out, and Sheffield have reclaimed possession. There was a beat on Amit, however, Amit is the keeper, so they are immune from the bludgers. It looks like Leeds have retained bludger possession. The Leeds beater there, considering should they go for the third bludger as well or not? The answer is no, that would be a foul. Sheffield now having one bludger, or still having one bludger. Amit organising their chasers. So I must admit, this has been a game of two halves almost, really. I would say the chaser game of Sheffield has been a little bit stronger in terms of being able to actually get those goals in, but the beater game from Leeds has been, well, I believe they've had control for virtually 95% of the game. Josh Armitage there calling for almost a delay of game, but deciding to let them go as they're going. It looks like beaters have been taken out there. They've gone for a shot. It looks like that was a miss. Number 1 from Sheffield is going for it, but it does look like the quaffle has gone out of bounds, meaning Carl Balderson has claimed it for Leeds. Leeds keeper now with quaffle. Kyle giving a bit of advice. I believe they're coaching for today with Leeds. Pass over to captain of Leeds, walking down the pitch as they decide how they're going to play this game out. It looks like they have one long passing option in Christine, who's around the hoops. Carl Balderson is a wide wing, and then followed by a supporting player. Pass off to Christine, who runs straight into a bludger. Again, a beat on Amit, but Amit is still the keeper and still immune. Amit calling for the chasers to do something. It does look that they've stopped moving, which potentially, if Josh starts getting a bit impatient, as the ref could start calling for delay of game if we keep on stopping. Your feet should keep on moving forward. Amit using their beaters as a bit of a meat shield for them, with 2 wide wings, 2 wide shoulders for passing options, and 1 behind hoops. Behind hoop chaser. Passing off there to the side wing. However, it looks like it is just stayed in. Pass back to Amit. Amit taking centre in the pitch, being chased down there by Christine. Big pass over there, but it's going to go off pitch, it looks like. Quaffle has gone off pitch, being returned to the Leeds, what do you call them? Keeper, that's the word. Leeds keeper now with Quaffle possession. It looks like they're not quite sure which way they need to be moving. It's forward. Leeds have taken, it looks like those are brooms down. So in the tournament for this, because teams have come with quite small squads, we are doing small squad games, which means at the 10-minute mark, which we have just hit, we are having a 2-minute break. This just means that for the smaller squads, it gives them a little bit of time to recuperate, make sure that their players aren't exhausted. This game has been a little slower than we expect them to be throughout the rest of the day as people warm up into it and start going for longer runs. But it's very important to make sure that players are safe, that they continue to be safe, and that we can give them these breaks. Again, this is a tournament for freshers and university players. It does mean that a lot of the time these captains, they're going to be captaining for the very first time. So knowing that you're able to call down a timeout before the snitch can be something that people forget to do. So this is a mandatory 10-minute break that we put in just to make sure that everyone gets that little bit of time to rest. This also means that it gives teams an opportunity to huddle together, have a bit of a talk, figure out what their next moves are going to be. And now in the Leeds talk over here, I can imagine that it's going to be very much a case of saying that they need to score a couple. I believe the score is currently 30-0? 21, it's 20-10. I knew there were 3 goals, I got that wrong, so the score is currently 20-10. So it's still very tight in, between both teams. So when the snitch comes on, again for the short game, the snitch is coming on at the 15-minute mark, it is still all to play for. The snitch being worth 30 points, meaning that either team catching it will end the game. The snitch for today is Milo. I think Milo has done quite a bit of snitching before. I think, yeah, they've done a fair bit, so we're going to see how that goes. Over in the Sheffield corner, in the, I don't know, would you call this pink or purple? I'd say purple, yeah, purple. In the purple and black corner, referee Josh Armitage has just popped over there to see how it's going. We have Zach McDonald wandering over to the live stream tent. I think they're going to give us an insight on how the refs think this game is going. How's it going, Zach?
It's going pretty well. I was not ready to get insight, but both the teams look pretty good. I think there's like a lot to learn, but it's a good opportunity to just try out and get a feel for live games against other teams, trying different tactics, and hopefully get some feedback. And I think the way the small-sided games are structured is nice because they get these 2 minutes here to just chat about things before coming on for the rest of the match and getting ready for the rest of it, see what they can change and adjust. It's like every team gets a timeout and they can probably take another one, but I don't know if they will.
One thing that we were saying, because the captains are new, we quite often find that people forget to take the times out. But it looks like the players are returning to their brooms now. Thank you, Zach. Zach going back on pitch to be a ref. Quaffle possession is currently with the Leeds keeper. Bludgers, for possibly, I think, the first time of this game, are with the Sheffield side, with Sheffield having bludger control. Leeds number 8 having bludger for the Leeds team. Captain of Leeds being granted the quaffle there. They've passed halfway, which means if they go back, that is going to be a reset. Each team gets 2 resets before the quaffle is turned over to the opposing team. Being pressured there by Sheffield, however, being able to get an arm to them and just keeping them off their back. It looks like Christine has come in to block them off there. Again, Amit there putting in some contact, 2-arm contact there. I think that's the first 2-arm tackle of the day. A shot there, but it looks like didn't quite go in. It looks like Cal Balderson has picked up the quaffle there for Leeds. It does look like there's an advantage being called by assistant referee Emily Hayes. It's going to be an advantage for Leeds. It looks like there's a drop broom there, but I think the refs are giving the benefit of the doubt there for first-time players. Cal Balderson, big long pass over there to Christine. Christine getting her hands to it, running in for the hoop, going for a shot, being blocked off there by 24, but just getting it in there, leaving the score at 20-20. With a replay here, we can see them fight their way through. Sheffield's number 26 there, really putting an effort in to try and stop Christine, but not quite doing it. We now have a brooms down, called for something seen by Emily Hayes. It might be some form of bludger quaffle interference. I'm not 100% sure. One moment, I will find out. Emily, what's it for? What's it for? Here we go, we're about to find out. Ah, so we now have a teachable moment. Thank you very much, Emily. So what happened here is the Sheffield beater had a bludger in their possession and saw another bludger rolling and decided to stop it with their foot. Now, by the rule of the game, that technically means they possessed 2 bludgers at once, which is a no-no. If you're holding one bludger, you cannot interact with another one unless you're blocking it with said bludger that you already hold. As a new player, they've given the benefit of the doubt and they've decided that this is a teachable moment. The bludgers currently are with Leeds at the moment, so there's not going to be a bludger turnover. This is just a moment where we can have a discussion about the rules and make sure that people are ready for when we get into the official tournaments with QUK. Amit, the keeper for Sheffield with quaffle possession, arranging their beaters to go in as a bit of a meat shield again for them. It looks like Sheffield have a full-on line formed with their chasers. Chasers being beaten out and cycled in. Amit going for a run there. Being blocked out there by number 11 from Leeds. Leeds captain going for a grab there, but not quite getting it. Sheffield getting quaffle control there. Kyle Balderson there showing a bit of restraint against the new Sheffield player, deciding not to go for a back tackle that they are allowed to do now. It's more important in tournaments like this that experienced players allow newer players to make mistakes when it happens. Sheffield captain lining up, Leeds captain lining up their players. Waiting for their beaters to come back into the game. Leeds going for a run. Beater fight in the middle of it. A big pass over. It looks like they passed directly into Sheffield. However, Kyle Balderson picks up the quaffle. Gets it through the hoop there, leaving the score at 30-0. Amit there, sneaky little one running through. I did not even see them do that. So that now brings the score to 30-10. Amit running through when no one was looking, getting that quaffle in. You need to remember that the moment the keeper picks the quaffle up after a goal has been scored, It is now live, which means they can run straight through and score just like Armit did. However, I wish they wouldn't because I didn't have the camera pointed at them. Beaters from Leeds running in a bit too early there. However, big long pass over that, and the ball has now gone out of bounds, which is going to be a turnover to Sheffield. Sheffield's captain, Josh, coming in, questioning which one is the back line because there is a practice pitch set up behind this. So we have two sets of lines. Bit confusing, I'm afraid, for the players on the pitch. Josh very commanding there, telling people exactly where they need to go. They've set up, well, they are setting up a box formation with one chaser as their wing, slightly behind them. They've got their beaters coming down the right flank. Josh trying to get past the Leeds chaser there, lining up a big long shot. It seems big long shot there, but being intercepted there by Leeds player number 11, passing off to their keeper. Keeper is now out of bounds. Out of the keeper zone, losing their immunity. Pass off there to the captain. Milo now coming on pitch as the snitch, getting ready for snitch play. Quaffle is again being guarded by the bludgers as they're coming up pitch. It looks like, again, Sheffield have retained the bludger possession. Beat out there, pass off there. It looks like that might have been a late pass. Just one moment. Can you swap to the big lens for a moment? Thank you. Just very quickly, setting up the snitch camera. Here we go. Technical marvel here as seekers come in. One moment. So can I just grab in that? No, we've done that wrong. Picture in picture. There we go, and that is 4-3 to Leeds Griffins. The quaffle now is with Josh, keeper for Sheffield. With the score of 4-3 to Leeds, it now means that Leeds have taken the lead, but the game is still to play for both teams. Either team catching the snitch now will be a win for themselves. Josh going slowly up there, using their beater as a shield as they encroach up the pitch. It looks like, a goal there for Josh from the keeper. Keeper for Sheffield. Turns out, running around to get that camera set up there might have just shown how unfit I am. Looks like there's going to be a brooms down here. I believe brooms down as they fix a goal. I'm just going to make sure this camera is actually pointed at the snitch. Yeah, roughly. I'll do it. Yeah, if you want. Yeah, if they move about. So score currently 4-4. It looks like there's an issue with the snitch shorts. Oh, our snitch shorts are fine. It's the other pitch's snitch shorts. Zach, are we aware what this brooms down is for? Oh, it is for a broken hoop. Brooms down for broken hoop. Okay, brooms down for needy hoop. Cool. Just a heads up as well, Zach. That's the snitch camera. That's my hint. There we go. So Josh Armitage just explaining the brooms down for a snitch scenario, making sure that everyone knows how that happens. So once a broom's up is called, the snitch has 3 seconds where they are immune. The seekers are not allowed to move towards the snitch in those 3 seconds. This happens if the snitch falls down, if there's a stoppage of play, or if, I don't know, the snitch ref just decides why the hell not. You have the power, Emily. Remount has been called. And the game is back up. A beat attempt, it looks like, at the keeper for Leeds. However, keeper was immune, passing over there to number 13, Cal Balderson, popping it in, bringing the score to 50-40, I believe. And there does look like there's potentially a catch here. However, it does look like there's also a call being made by Zach McDonald, assistant ref. I'm not entirely sure what Zach's seen, but we're going to find out. So if this catch is called good, I believe that will bring the score to 80-40 in favour of Leeds. The refs now having a bit of a discussion, finding out what's going on. It might be a gender on pitch issue, I'm not entirely sure. Both the goal and catch have been called no good, bringing the scores back to 40-all. And it looks like there's been a third bludger interference. Our third bludger interference is big enough to mean that both of those, both the snitch catch and the goal, have been disallowed because bludgers can interfere with the games significantly. And it also means that 2 bludgers are being turned over to the Leeds side, sorry, Sheffield side from Leeds. So, disappointing. So, Zach McDonald here explaining exactly what happened. It seems that the Leeds, one of the Leeds beaters picked up a bludger, threw it back towards their hoops, and then went on to get the third one. That is third bludger interference, interfering with a third bludger. So, refs just making sure that the Leeds player, the Leeds beater, knows exactly what happened, just so in the future they're not going to do it again, hopefully. However, I say that, everyone makes mistakes. It's one of those things. Sometimes you just don't see that your partner has a bludger as well, and you think, I'm going to be helpful, throw one back to them. And it turns out, unfortunately, they did have a bludger. Or fortunately, depending on how you see it. But in this situation, unfortunately, it happened at the worst time for the Leeds beater, which is just unfortunate. But that's what this tournament's about. It's about learning, making sure that we all know the rules before we go into the official QUK tournaments later on in the season. Making sure that we're all going to be nice and safe and that the games are going to run a lot smoother. So bludgers have been turned over to Sheffield. Sheffield having possession of 2 bludgers now at a very vital time, because if you have bludger possession around the snitch, you can really do a lot of damage. The quaffle is currently with keeper for Sheffield, Josh. Josh again setting up their players, making sure that everyone knows where they have to be. One wide shoulder on their right flank. Coming down the pitch, they have a wide receiver right behind the hoops, passing over there to a Leeds player. I'm not entirely sure Josh was aiming to do that. Leeds keeper running down the pitch. Awful possession. Big throw over there to Cal Balderson, who passes it over to number 11. Number 11 keeping the ball just in pitch. 98 even, making a shot for it. And it looks like there has been another catch by Christine. However, there was also another goal at that time. Have we got a replay on that? Fantastic. We're going to see how both of these play out. I'm not entirely sure if they're going to say the goal was before or after the snitch catch whistle went off there. So we're about to see. This could be an interesting call here. Let's see what the refs are going to think about this. If the goal happened after the whistle, it's no good. If it happened before the whistle, it is good. So that's the difference between, what's that, 110 and 120 to 80. No, what am I talking about? Sorry, that would be the difference between 70 to 40. Yeah, that would be the difference to 70 to 40. So in my head, I was like, oh, 8 goals have gone in. That means 80. The goal is no good. The catch is being called good. The score at the end is 7-40 or 70-40 to Leeds Griffins. Leeds Griffin winning the first game of Odyssey Cup 2022. Leeds obviously being chuffed at this. Their first outing as a team in this season, making sure that they've been able to get in. Their first win. Beautiful, beautiful game to see players coming together for a first time. Leeds going in for their huddle there, but not quite remembering to go straight for a handshake there. Led by Sheffield's captain and coach for the season, Josh Cooper. Fantastic. So we are going to be back shortly, but until then, we're going to leave you with a little message from our sponsors. Dislodged Photography are one of the longest running and most consistent quadball photographers in the sport. When the Dislodged team are about, you know you're going to get photos that show off your good side. Simon Blackshaw is a friendly photographer and face around the community who genuinely cares about the sport. We thank them for their donation towards the running of ODYSSEY Cup 2022. However, quadball isn't the only thing that you'll find photographed on the Dislodged Photography page. They also capture astrophotography. I assume that means things to do with space, motorsports, things like bike racing and cars, and all manner of events. Pop over and have a look for yourself.
If I was to pick 3 words to describe home from home care, I would definitely call it exciting, unique, and rewarding.
Knowledge, it's experience, and it's fun.
Exciting, challenging, but rewarding.
Diversity, equality, and inclusion.
It's fun, it's rewarding as well, and learning, because I'm learning new things.
following are some words from our sponsors. Odyssey Freshers Cup 2020 has been provided entirely free to all the players, meaning that the generous donations from our sponsors have helped get new players into the sport for their first tournament.
The wanting spirit and all of us just pulling together and making the individuals the most important.
The fun we have on a daily basis, the adventures we have, you know, they are priceless moments.
Because supportive, they've taken me from never being in care before to where I am now, which is L&D manager.
What I love about my job is that I get to be a rock star when I come to work.
Because it's a family-run business, you've got that extra personal touch to it.
The possibilities are endless. There's so much potential. If you're looking for a new career change or something a bit different, Home from Home Care's the place for you.
I just love it. I just love it. Everything. I love everything.
Dislodged Photography are one of the longest running and most consistent quadball photographers in the sport. When the dislodged team are about, you know you're going to get photos that show off your good side. Simon Blackshaw is a friendly photographer and face around the community who genuinely cares about the sport. We thank them for their donation towards the running of ODYSSEY Cup 2022. However, quadball isn't the only thing that you'll find photographed on the Dislodged Photography page. They also capture astrophotography. I assume that means things to do with space, motorsports, things like bike racing and cars, and all manner of events. Pop over and have a look for yourself.
If I was to pick 3 words to describe Home from Home Care, I would definitely call it exciting, unique, and rewarding.
Knowledge, it's experience, and it's fun.
Exciting, challenging, but rewarding.
Diversity, equality and inclusion.
It's fun, it's rewarding as well, and learning, because I'm learning new things.
following are some words from our sponsors. Odyssey Freshers Cup 2020 has been provided entirely free to all the players, meaning that the generous donations from our sponsors have helped get new players into the sport for their first tournament.
The one team spirit and all of us just pulling together and making the individuals the most important.
The fun we have on a daily basis, the adventures we have, you know, they are priceless moments.
Because sportive, they've taken me from never being in care before to where I am now, which is L&D manager.
What I love about my job is that I get to be a rock star when I come to work.
Because it's a family-run business, you've got that extra personal touch to it.
The possibilities are endless. There's so much potential. If you're looking for a new career change or something a bit different, Home from Home Care's the place for you.
I just love it. I just love it. Everything. I love everything.
Dislodged Photography are one of the longest running and most consistent quadball photographers in the sport. When the dislodged team are about, you know you're going to get photos that show off your good side. Simon Blackshaw is a friendly photographer and face around the community who genuinely cares about the sport. We thank them for their donation towards the running of Odyssey Cup 2022. However, quadball isn't the only thing that you'll find photographed on the Dislodged Photography page. They also capture astrophotography. I assume that means things to do with space, motorsports, things like bike racing and cars, and all manner of events. Pop over and have a look for yourself.
If I was to pick 3 words to describe Home from Home Care, I would definitely call it exciting, unique, and rewarding.
Knowledge, it's experience, and it's fun.
Exciting, challenging, but rewarding.
Diversity, equality and inclusion.
It's fun, it's rewarding as well, and learning, because I'm learning new things.
Following are some words from our sponsors. Odyssey Freshers Cup 2020 has been provided entirely free to all the players, meaning that the generous donations from our sponsors have helped get new players into the sport for their first tournament.
The one team spirit and all of us just pulling together and making the individuals the most important.
The fun we have on a daily basis, the adventures we have, you know, they are priceless moments.
Because sportive, they've taken me from never being in care before to where I am now, which is L&D manager.
What I love about my job is that I get to be a rock star when I come to work.
Because it's a family-run business, you've got that extra personal touch to it.
The possibilities are endless. There's so much potential. If you're looking for a new career change or something a bit different, Home from Home Care's the place for you.
I just love it. I just love it. Everything. I love everything.
Dislodged Photography are one of the longest running and most consistent quadball photographers in the sport. When the dislodged team are about, you know you're going to get photos that show off your good side. Simon Blackshaw is a friendly photographer and face around the community who genuinely cares about the sport. We thank them for their donation towards the running of ODYSSEY Cup 2022. However, quadball isn't the only thing that you'll find photographed on the Dislodged Photography page. They also capture astrophotography. I assume that means things to do with space, motorsports, things like bike racing and cars, and all manner of events. Pop over and have a look for yourself.
If I was to pick 3 words to describe Home from Home Care, I would definitely call it exciting, unique, and rewarding.
Knowledge, it's experience, and it's fun.
Exciting, challenging, but rewarding.
Diversity, equality and inclusion.
It's fun, it's rewarding as well, and learning, because I'm learning new things.
Fancy doing any camera one? I'll do some camera one. Yeah, sure. No, I'll put my gun down. Oh, no. You said no? No, I'm happy to. Yeah. How are you doing, Ben? Still got my phone. Wasn't that aggression for you? It was good. That was... I just wish that last bit at the end, the archers and Mark. Yeah, I saw that and I was like, there was this one point where like they had York had 2 bludgers in their keeper zone. They were holding, and another bludger 10 yards behind them at the other end. And I'm like, press! Press! And they looked at me like, let's go! I'm like, they don't know what press is. I need to teach them pressing.
Oh, teach it. The week before BQC last year, we had a conversation that I was about pressing or something. Like, what's that?
Yeah, That's right. I mean, to be fair, it doesn't happen very. It happened once in that whole game. There was an opportunity, right? Because
and it's also like if someone you beat, it's really hard to get.
Yeah, totally. Because you have to like, it's like the thing is, it's the same with chasers. You just have to scream no brothers at them until they've blooded feels alright.
Can I just say, honestly, I'm just happy that I didn't like slip off uselessly and fall to the ground and manage to tackle. That would have been the most embarrassing 2-yard tackle. This is first 2-yard tackle.
So it's just getting ambient. Just before anyone says anything,
there's a bad beater against him.
It's just like stuff like the ambient stuff.
It's not, is it live now?
So no, they shouldn't be able to hear you, but just in case anyone can.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always supposed to. You're not playing? No, they are.
I feel like the actual solution is to be the problem is that it's
if I knew, I would have tried. No, that's fine. I appreciate it. Oh, exactly. No, that makes sense. Yeah, sure, let's do it. So basically, I don't know whether these Swansea. Oh, this is ooh. Really? It was so bad, and then I realised, of course that was obviously something. Yeah.
So am I able to get you
up on the camera? God,
you're ascending.
You what? Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm where? This is the most responsibility I've ever had in my fucking life.
I know that. So if you want to...
on here?
Yeah, are you
okay,
happy standing on?
Yeah, okay. Go. I'm not going to lie to you, Sam. This doesn't feel like it's designed to support someone as big as I am. Should I be one...
Yeah, so what I do is I put 1 foot behind and 1 foot forward.
One like this and then...
Yeah, then I normally put that foot forward and it just move it.
Okay, sorted. So on here, can we do any testing at all, or is it just going to be...
No, we're just going straight into it, I'm afraid. The time for testing is gone.
Yeah, it's their first game of the day because they had a miss in first slot. The other one that you would have watched would have been, what was that? Leeds versus Sheffield,
The
right?
one before this was Leeds versus Sheffield. I'm just going to stop you very quickly, Zach, because unfortunately our fantastic opening segment there, I didn't have the mic turned on. I switched on the wrong thing. So now I'm going to say welcome back to Odyssey 2022. I'm Sam Davis, and with me is...
Hey, I'm Zach Cox. Nice to see you all.
Zach Cox. Right, we're here with, well, we've been told it's Swansea. I'm still going to say it's UWU, the United Welsh Universities, playing in green to the right of the screen. And on the left, we have Manchester University in purple, with alumni Hugh Phipps there coaching. He shan't be coming on the pitch, though.
No, definitely not.
So, unfortunately, you did just give a very good breakdown of how you think this game's going to go and the games beforehand. So I'm going to ask again, how do you think this one's going to go, Zach?
So, first caveat, it's Swansea's first game of the day. We've not seen them play. They've got a couple of loan players from Prometheans and various Swansea players. But I really am backing Manchester in this one. It's a slightly larger squad, and they just came off in a 10-9 game against York that happened in the first slot. They had a really capable beating line that was capable of being both aggressive and defensive with relatively good decision making, and some chasers that were capable of putting in big hits and also doing some really good drives at the advantages that were given to them by their beaters. There's also a lot of them. We're looking at what, like 12, 14 players over there?
At least 12 or 14. I've been doing a bit of training with Manchester of late, and I must admit, normally at the trainings we're getting about five to 7 players, so seeing this many people turn up for the day is quite fantastic in my opinion.
I'm just going to watch some drills here as a 4-2 is happening between Swansea and their defenders. Nice little pass over. Lovely beat by Sergio in the black there.
It looks like that was a friendly foul within this drill, though. Potentially a Swansea player just getting in the way of the beater there. Oh,
Milo moving forward.
James Grattan here coming to ruin the fun by telling them that they're setting up for the game now. So we are officially 15 minutes, slightly behind schedule, but that's quad ball for you.
Just a note for the folks at home, we are playing with shortened games today. The snitches are being brought on at, I think, 12 minutes?
The snitch comes on at 12 minutes. However, at the 10-minute mark, we have a 2-minute timeout. This is just because these teams are made up of new players primarily. Some of them are very small, such as the Swansea Welsh team, having, I believe, is that 9 players they have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 players Wales have. So we're giving them 2 minutes break halfway through, well, at the 10-minute mark, so that they can have a bit of a breath, a bit of a rest, make sure everyone's ready to get back in for the Seeker and Snitch game. But it also means that these players have a bit of time to talk about what has been happening and what hasn't been happening throughout the game.
That is also in addition to the standard timeouts available to both teams. So,
however, what we've seen is with a lot of new not new coaches and captains, not everyone knows that they can take the timeouts.
Yeah.
So making sure there's a mandatory one there is quite important, so that everyone gets there.
Just on the other pitch, for those interested, you might be able to see in the background, it looks like that is Leeds versus the Leicester team that is also bringing up a couple of mercs with it. This is most of the teams we're going to see at Northern in a couple of weeks, right, Sam? Is there anybody missing from
I believe we might see 1 or 2 Scottish teams.
Oh, of course, yeah.
There may be some Durham mercs about. I'm not sure if they were able to get a full squad at the moment, but Durham is still a few players who would be interested in playing, I think. It would be lovely to see them, sort of like even coming down as a merc or just coming to enjoy the tournament.
So this should be a lovely showcase of the kind of games we expect to see at Northern in a couple of weeks, later in November, I think. Early November is Northern.
Yeah, almost exactly a month today for Northern, I believe.
Wow.
What we will see, though, is these teams are going to look very different when they do turn up at Northern. Of course, this tournament has been put on to give them their very first taste of going up against another team. It's a chance for players to actually figure out, okay, this is what competition looks like. So this tournament is a bit slower than we're going to expect Northern to be going, but it's vital that they get their game time in and they learn how the rules work.
So we can see Leicester here in the background of the match on the far pitch, making on a bit of an offence, but Leeds have managed to jump on top of it and have not got their hands on bludger control, sadly. So we're going to see what Leicester can do here on the defence. I've got the advantage over Sam of being about 5 foot taller than he is, thanks to the glories of...
including your height, you probably are about 5 foot off now, is it? The Welsh Swansea United have just done their chant, which was beautiful to hear. I believe the chant lyrics were I haven't got a chant. I don't have time to make one up. This is our chant, woo. I believe, was that right, Milo? Honking and hissing in between, like geese. Of course.
The famous geese and swans.
Well, the Swansea Swans.
Yeah, okay.
Geese and cygnets, swans, all of them. Manchester being rather quiet with their chant. I don't know if they've done one.
I'm sure
normally,
Hugh was probably shouting something.
I know, Hugh normally is their drill master.
Should we do a quick review of the ref team, Sam, before we get started?
The refs, who have we got there?
So, head reffing here, we have Amit from Sheffield. Down here we have the lovely Mr. James Grattan from Olympians Quidditch Club, host of the tournament.
Go on, give us a wink,
We've got
James.
Esther up here from York. And then we've also got down here, that is Zach McDonald. And in the goal refs, that is Josh Cooper from Sheffield. And I can't remember the name of the York player who is on the other goal ref. But thank you all very much for volunteering. Couldn't run without you. And it looks like...
Are you okay to zoom out ever so slightly?
Oh, I was going to say, I don't know how to.
Oh, so right on the top of the camera?
Yep.
Pull it to the left.
To the left?
No, so...
This one?
Yeah, that one. Slightly to the left.
Lovely. Okay,
there we
that's
go. Perfect.
Much easier to do.
Much easier.
I wish I had had that earlier in the day, because I could have got the whole team in.
There we go. So the teams have lined up for their starting positions. We have Manchester taking the right side of both the quaffle and the bludger.
Which suggests they've got dominant left hands for both players, which is interesting.
It does, unless Wales
They'd rather just
took
have
the right hand.
Yeah. Oh, that would make sense. Yeah.
So if Wales won the toss of the coin, they can pick if they want both sides or not.
We're about to get started.
Both teams have now called that they're ready. Amit deciding which side is wearing purple. He has gone for Manchester wearing purple, which is lucky because that's what they turned up in.
Yeah, thank God. We haven't got a ref mic, have we?
No, we don't have a ref mic.
Okay, I was just wondering.
No, refs decided they didn't like the background.
Manchester seems to be coming out of here with the bludger, with the quaffle, but Milo from Swansea managed to get it there.
Beautiful
Lovely
back
swat
tackle there by Manchester, and then Manchester also coming in with a second bludger to knock out that, claiming bludger control.
Oh,
wonderful pass over, but it did look like there was a
there.
beat, just slight tap to the face. There are now plenty of rules around bludgers and face beats, but that one being just far enough and being quite a light beat has gone under the radar.
So it's worth mentioning, Sam, that we are playing with the new contact rules at this tournament today. So they are live as of this season, and we're going to see them across the year. We're seeing two-handed tackling from all of the teams, and also limited back contact.
So we've lost the quaffle there.
Okay. Right, so no bludger's being called here by the coach. Let's see if number 83 can finish this one off. Little jump, shot is good. That brings the score to 1-0 for Manchester.
1-0 for Manchester. I personally like the little prance at the end there.
There was
that little hop.
I love a little hop. Helps you get that extra volume if you do want to shoot down.
True. Of course, if there was a player in front of them, hopping into them, it can be a bit of an issue there when you can be jumping into contact. Luckily, no one being in front of them. I think the hop was mainly for flair. Quaffle possession being with Swansea. Bludgers have been retained by Manchester. Manchester's bludger work has been quite well today, knocking out Milo there. Pass back to the keeper. Keeper has dropped their broom.
A trade here, which means there's a counter on.
Oh. An attempt there with a bludger, however, he's been called safe, where it looks like Swansea have reclaimed the quaffle, running down the pitch, trying to look out there, but a tackle off pitch there. It looks like the quaffle is going to be returned to Manchester, knocking Swansea's player off the pitch.
I'm going to let you do the colour so I can focus on the commentary. You do the play-by-play and I'll colour. So let's see what Manchester want to do here. They've got bludger. It seems they're going to go again.
Nice little beat from Fiona there, taking that out. The beaters just clearing off the Swansea players. However, they're clearing them off after they make contact, which has reduced the speed that Manchester has been able to get out there. Swansea trying to pass out of there, not getting the ball to their keeper. Manchester now retaining quaffle possession, but being beaten out there. It looks like Antonia's going for it, but Swansea have got to the ball just before them. Swansea now clearing out the remaining chasers with their bludger. I believe Milo there doing a lot of the beating work. Swansea's keeper, Reese, walking down the pitch.
So 1-0, quite low scoring game so far. What do you want to see differently in offence from both these teams, Sam?
I would, at that point, I would quite like to see a passing option because there was a pass over the hoops, but there was a grand total of no players from either side behind the hoops to receive that pass. So that would be the first one I would say that there needs to be. The chasers, especially for Swansea, need to be spaced out a lot more to allow the quaffle to be passed around each other.
I'm kind of expecting Hugh to start shouting something and Manchester to break into something quite aggressive in a minute because they've got bludger control and they've seemed to be quite happy playing with that so far. Let's see what Antonio can do. Rolling back the point nicely from number 6, Fred.
Fiona going straight in there, deciding to go for the ball that rolled back as opposed to the one right by the hoops there.
There's a no bludgers, but let's see if Swansea can get hold of it.
Pass out there to Antonio, who's been beaten there. Fiona making another beat attempt, but being blocked out there. Manchester taking a bludger, swinging around that player, being passed out, now just being beat once more. Number 53 getting possession back, but Amit is calling the brooms down. I believe it's going to be called a pass after beat. The quaffle returning to Swansea. Milo now with bludger possession in between Fiona and keeper Reese. Fiona having a bludger removed and put on the sideline there for them now.
Just down here.
Ooh. So did you see what the refs are talking about?
I have absolutely no idea.
True.
So, ref call incoming, I think.
Something is happening. It looks like Zach McDonald has gone over to talk to the chasers from Manchester about something.
Thinking about it, my bet here is that there was a drop of the bludger after a beat occurred, which rolled a suspiciously far amount back towards the Manchester hoops from the drop you are meant to release with no momentum. So I imagine we're going to see some kind of, we've already seen the quaffle turnover though, and I don't think it's enough for a card, especially at a beginner tournament, so I don't know what the call's going to be. But if there was anything in the play that would warrant a discussion, I think it was that. That said, I can't read rule books.
Looks like we're there. One moment. Grattan, what was that stoppage for?
I think they were trying to check for if there was illegal contact, but it's all good.
Thank you. There we go. They were checking if there was an illegal contact made, but it was determined not.
Lovely
Fiona
beat
taking
from
a lovely
behind here by
sneaky
Fiona.
beat there. Alice, number 53 from Manchester, trying to make a pass off there. Swansea hitting the ground, but it looks like they're off their broom. Number 1 from Manchester running for it, but a beat on the back there. It looks like that's going to be called no good. Beat before, and a turnover of quaffle for passing after beat.
Okay, Manchester have kept control a really large amount of this game. It seems there's a little bit missing in the beat game for Manchester, for Swansea rather. Let's see if the substitution they've brought on here, bringing on Sergio, ex-Manchester player, is going to do.
Oh, he's off his broom, but still kicking for the ball there. Manchester losing quaffle possession for bludger possession for the first time. Oh, that did look like it went through.
Yep, that's good to me. That should bring the score to 2-0, right,
That's
Sam?
20-0 in favour of Manchester. We now have a replay to see him popping out through. It looks like he did drop the ball, but luckily it rolled off the other player, the Swansea player, into the goal. So interesting fact here, Fiona from Manchester, the beater, helping keeping the team's bludger control throughout the game there. It might be a bit of a conflict of interest for her as she is a Team Wales beater, playing against the United Welsh squad here.
They told us to say they're from Swansea, mate. Don't bait them.
A lot of them are from Swansea.
You just like saying uwu, don't you?
I like saying uwu. Well, I like saying the full name. Uwu is a bit... I mean, it's lovely, I suppose. Looks like broom's up. Goal has been called good after this broom's down. No call has been made. Goal still stands, so 20-0. Keeper has...
I really hope somebody's going to fix that hoop. Zach, is someone going to fix that hoop?
The hoop will be fixed at some point. Keeper for Swansea now has quaffle possession. Max, the coach for Swansea, has now come on in white. So if you see a beater in white, imagine they're in green.
So we're going to see a first little bit of bludger control here for Swansea. Let's see what they can do.
A quick beat there. Swansea player there forgetting that they can be tackled from behind now. The new tackle rules does allow limited back contact.
So if your feet are planted when you make the tackle and you are not running, you are allowed to do a back tackle, which is a change from obviously last year's rule book.
Sergio
Big throw over here. Ooh.
using the bludger behind their back, hiding it, pretending they don't have it. However, this does leave the hoops unguarded by bludger. Oh no, Max has one bludger in front of the charging Manchester line. Looks like that bludger just missed Manchester. Long pass over there, but he hasn't seen it, and he's almost allowed it to roll off pitch, but not quite. Retaining control there. Manchester making a run for the hoops. Pass over there. It looks like it was a pass to no one. Wales being able to retain.
No bludgers here. Let's see if we can finish it.
Oh, and a lovely pop in there.
Yes, we can, bringing the score to 2-1.
So it looks like there's going to be a little bit of a discussion here. I think one of the Manchester players thought there was a beat on a Swansea player, but the refs haven't seen it. Goal has been called good. There was no call being made. Quaffle has been returned to Manchester's keeper.
Oh, okay, so we're getting a live kit change here, requested by the assistant ref.
Esther asking for Max to change his kit to green.
Number 5 for Manchester here, posturing very aggressively into control. It's gone. I want to see a press here by Swansea, and the goal is no good.
Ooh, 2 very good attempts and 2 very good blocks there. Not quite sure what number 57 is doing on the ground there.
Okay.
But I believe they have been called back to hoops for below the ankle contact.
By the coach. Let's see what they could do on the drive now. A bit of a...
Not quite sure what happened there, but someone hit the ground.
The Manchester bludger's gone now. They've just got to finish it.
There's a brooms down being called. I believe this might be to have a look at some of the contact that just happened there. There was a lot of heavy contact from both squads running into each other. It looks like Hugh Phipps is wandering onto the pitch. Shoulders back, he's got something to say possibly. This might be back contact with feet moving. I would just say that's not as securely put in as you might think it is, so don't lean on it.
I just fiddled with it. I will not touch any of it. So for the audience at home, I'm currently standing on a pair of ladders.
You're only 4
a
foot high.
framing rig. It's a bit more than I'm used to be
It
honest.
is a painter's work platform. It is entirely legitimate.
Thank you.
And you're only 4 foot high, so if you fall, you won't break much.
So we are going to see some calls here made against this Manchester player by the looks of it.
So again, this does seem like it's back contact, a charging back contact, as opposed to a static one.
I expect we're going to see a yellow here for this, unless, I mean, it uses the fact it's a training tournament to play nice, but I don't think that's what we need to do with the new rules. We need to start giving cards hard so people learn. Stern discipline is the only way
I do believe the fouling player, he has been playing for at least a year. However, these are new rules. We have done a contact workshop this morning to help people get into a...
No call is made. Got away with it there.
So I think there's been a warning and he has been sent back to hoops. So he's been dismounted and sent back to hoops.
Okay, but Manchester have still got... Still bludgers no... Okay, lovely. Great goal there. What I was trying to say was Swansea still have their bludger control. And there's a third bludger now here on the floor. So I'd really like to see a press here from Swansea, but they don't seem so inclined. Okay, well, doesn't need to press if you can cause some floundering like that.
Cool.
Lovely catch there by Max that I was just not pointing the camera at.
Zach? Yeah, there you go. Thank you. So various things happened, but nothing changed on pitch, so it doesn't matter that you didn't see it. A big pass back there. I believe that's the first reset for Swansea.
If this goes over the half-back line, that is a double reset, but not called, thankfully.
Luckily just stopping. I think the grass here stopped that more than anything. On an Astro pitch, that may have gone straight through. Ooh!
Lovely tackle there against Sergio, but doesn't convert into anything.
Manchester's Julia putting in some good contact there. Sergio taking a beat to the ankle.
Oh, that's going to be a card there for sure. Exactly the same thing. Back contact without
back contact
feet
while
planted.
moving. It's a difficult thing to start to. Let's see if we can have a replay of that. Actually,
You've got action replay, Sam.
yeah. Unfortunately, I waited too long and we didn't quite see the contact. But yeah, no. See how fancy this is. We even have action replay now.
I'm standing on a painter's workbench.
Yeah,
You know?
you're raised up. You got a platform.
Does that camera work as well?
Yeah, that's the snitch camera.
The snitch camera.
Yeah, we got picture-in-picture for snitch camera. It's all happening here.
I've been out of the commentating game for a couple of months, and meanwhile, Sam has bought the shop up. Grabbed all the cameras, done the technology.
We got the wide up there. You know what? Just for a bit of flair, let's go to the wide. Here we go.
The wide? There's a wide?
It's above your head.
What? This is insane! God, who'd have known? Who would have known?
Who would have thought it?
The wonders of technology. I didn't even notice the third camera suspended above me. Good thing I wasn't leaning on that.
Yeah.
So we are going to see a card here. I think that was a yellow for number 57. Like we said, it was that slightly nasty back contact. Good news for Manchester is it's in the chaser game where it doesn't have as much impact as a sub in the beta game would, a card in the beta game.
I think one of the issues we're finding with the back contact rules is people are getting a bit excited and you're running into it. I've done a bit of training with Manchester separate to this beforehand, and one of the things that I said to them very much is a case of now that back contact's a thing, protect yourself. Don't try and turn your back to an opponent. A lot of older players who've been playing for a while, they instinctively, when players are running at them, they will turn their back thinking they've got a bit of protection from a tackle coming in. Okay. That is no longer the case.
So Manchester have nearly got a bludge. Oh, lovely swat here. Let's see if they can finish it. There's a couple of bludgers there now, so this isn't as easy as it looked.
Oh, beautiful
bludgers on the ground.
There to the
Great
ground.
work there by Max, though. Quaffle still hold. Let's see. Oh, it's off the pitch, so we now have to see inbounding from Manchester.
Manchester being able to tackle Swansea
well,
off the
they
pitch.
really
There,
need to be
lovely.
going home here. There's a lot going on. A throwback here from Max.
Oh, that doesn't look like a. That does not look like a good play from the Manchester team there. They instead of passing the quaffle to someone to sub off, they simply put it on the ground.
Sounds illegal, doesn't it?
It sounds a bit iffy, but you know, it's a freshers tournament.
53, bludger nice and close, pops it out to Antonia. Sergio's brings the pressure down, goes for the knees and then manages to grab it. And
Manchester reclaiming bludger control there.
Oh, lovely bit of beat contact
Max going
here,
in
but
for
the
a tackle.
is dropped in the process.
But losing brooms. Fiona going in there for a grapple and getting out there. The quaffle is heading down the pitch
Well,
that
I was
way, though.
watching the bludgers because I got
There was
excited.
an attempt at the goal. No goal in though. Sergio going for a beat but missing, giving bludger control back to Manchester. This is the 10-minute mark for the 2-minute break here.
Score is currently 2-2, right, Sam?
The score is 2-2. Ballerina.
Very. What?
It's a
Is
ballerina.
that a bingo thing?
No, it's a me thing now. It's 2-2. It's a ballerina.
Oh! Hey! I thought it was like, you know, 88 too fat.
Oh, so we have are you assistant ref today?
A snitch ref as well.
Snitch ref as you're a man of many talents today, Grattan.
I'm snitch reffing all day apparently, so...
Oh, wonderful. So how do you think this game's going?
I think it's been quite interesting, having reffed the previous match with Manchester. Manchester like their drives. They have some smart beaters who know what they're doing. They really like their physical aggression, which worked quite well against York. Swansea seem to be doing a bit better. I think they've got a bit more experience with their beaters, so they're able to hold them off a bit more. They're not quite getting those drives.
You say that, at the moment it's been roughly, I would say, between 65 and 70% bludger control for Manchester.
Oh yeah, I think the Manchester beaters are able to hold on. I just don't think that they're quite able to do what they were able to do in the last match. But it's definitely forcing the Swansea beaters to beat, like they have to trade their beats to get goals in, whereas Manchester are very comfortable sitting their beaters slightly back and trying to get those goals in.
True. They play in a Manchester with the beaters can be very defensive in the sense of they know if they've got bludger control, they just have to wait to try and get those goals. But as you say, if you're not going to use your bludgers on the offense, you need to make sure that your chasers know exactly what they're doing and be able to smash it in.
Oh, exactly. And I think when Manchester have the bludgers, like if they set those two up, they're getting those like beats to pass to chasers against Swansea really, really well. Their beaters are working very smart on the defence. It'll be interesting to see whether they can convert that into the offence a bit more, because it seems a bit tight for tide at the moment. I'm not quite sure on the score. I think
The
Swansea
score is currently 2-2.
Interesting. So in that case, then it's anything to play for. Swansea probably need to stop those drives. Maybe but it looks like they're trading their bludgers to get goals in, which Manchester are not.
However, I think if I know Manchester, their aim is to catch the snitch very quickly. So I imagine that they are going to continue to try and hold on to those bludgers right up until the point that snitch is caught.
Oh, definitely. And if Manchester can continue to play smart with their beats and hold it and just bubble that snitch, then it's definitely in their favour. They've got like a lot of good physical aggression, and I'm sure that will convert well when they're taking on the snitch.
Brilliant. Well, it looks like we've got less than a minute left to get back into pitch. What do you think they're going to be talking about, Zach? Let's go with Swansea. We've talked a lot about Manchester.
If I was Swansea, I'd want to see... I'd like them, when they get the bludgers, the bludger control, they've been really effective. And I'd just like them to move a little bit slower on the offense so they can wait for that control and then turn it into some goals. When they managed to get some control off Manchester in the second half, they managed to play really well. So what I'd like to see is the chase is playing a little bit safer so they can wait for some space from the beaters rather than just like running up and making it happen.
Definitely. I think all 4 of these goals have been from single person drives.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think all of these goals have been single player drives.
It's just a sort of penchant of how university Quidditch is played, to be honest. Like,
well,
it's
a
about
very
making
logical
those gaps.
way to do it.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Some of the more distribution-based positioning plays can be a little bit more difficult if you've not got a couple of years' experience under your belt.
True. And also, a lot of the time, when you've not played with players that are on your team beforehand, you know, a lot of these players are playing for the first time together today. So Broom's return to Brooms has been called, and Brooms up has been called. Manchester having quaffle possession. Manchester also
without control.
No, Leeds. Swansea have bludger possession.
So, Fiona taking a nice angle here, going to put some pressure on Sergio, forcing him all the way back to hoops. Meanwhile, we've got a little bit of a duel forming on the left-hand side, and Antonia takes a beat. I'm expecting. Oh, Swansea managed to get a hold of this from a little
Manchester passing it straight into the hands of Swansea there.
Unfortunate.
It does happen. You just misplace where your players are. You see a body, you throw it to them.
Okay, it looks like it's on here by Swansea. Sergio running up. Another player here. Nice little offload here on the left. I love the drives coming in. There's a perfect pair of offloads here, but the pass just goes a little bit too high.
You can hear the chant of the coach, Hugh Phipps.
Oh, we're going again, it looks. Lovely bit of contact here. Managed to keep hold of the ball. Need a little bit of help here. Let's see if we can get a bludger in.
Julia, they're keeping bludgers out of the game for both Manchester and Swansea there, unfortunately.
Again, this is another attacking play with no bludgers anywhere. Where are they
Pass
all?
behind hoops. It looks like there is a wide receiving option there.
Bit of a kick into 69, but the bludger's there. Is it good? Lovely work.
They have called it good.
It's so rare that you see a kick like that pay off during a game, isn't it?
Exactly. It's a last-ditch effort, but when it happens, you know, when it works wonders.
I'm still recovering emotionally from a kick goal scored by Tom Hutton in the first game of 2019's BQC in Newcastle. First ball touch of the tournament was a goal from a kick. It was beautiful. I think that was against...
Julia working really hard on the bludger game to try and get control back for Manchester. However, not quite getting it. Ooh.
Tackle knocked out, but we're still playing with the backfield here.
It looks like they just managed to keep the quaffle in. Oh, and a lovely block there, and then shot, bringing the score to 30-all again.
A lot of time spent behind the hoops there by Manchester. I thought they'd kind of suffer from being a bit too close, but
especially with bludger control in Leeds' favour.
Hoop substitutions over here.
There was another goal there scored by
there was a counter
Swansea.
I just missed.
Yes, that was a counter we just missed.
I'm sorry.
So, a lovely counter scored there.
That means we're at what, 5-4 now?
Oh, it looks like the goal has been called bad because the reset wasn't done. He was out of his keeper zone when he picked up the quaffle from that goal.
Yeah, the keeper has to have the ball within their keeper zone for the reset to be valid.
So we're going to quaffle has been reset to the keeper.
So really, the goal I missed didn't matter.
The goal that you missed didn't happen. We'll go with that
didn't
one.
happen at all.
But that's a teachable moment, I believe, for everyone involved. Swansea have taken up they're taking up a box shape now in their formation.
Milo takes a little bit of pressure here. Looks like the bludger's been lost. Slight dismount. a kick here. Sergio getting out flanked from behind. That's 3 bludgers on the ground now. But it looks like Swansea are going anyway, despite the fact they haven't got any bludgers.
Oh, lovely passing work. Unfortunately, a beater just right in their way there to take Manchester's defence for them.
Okay, drives on here for Manchester, it looks. All the bludgers on the ground. A little bit of footing here.
A lovely pick there by Dyer.
Caitlin Fotheringham in lovely positioning here, completely unmarked.
Big long pass over there.
Needs to get rid of it. Doesn't happen in time.
That was a slap to the thigh there. You could hear that from a mile off. Caitlin being beaten out there by the Swansea. I can't get their name right today.
No, you really can't.
It's because I want to say the Welsh team.
Yeah, you can just say that. You're a proud Team Wales player yourself, aren't you, Sam?
I was captain.
Captain, of course.
With
Okay, some pressure here. I've loved the contact from player number 25 for Manchester here. Sergio's going to come in and he's dismounted himself, sadly.
Max there calling for a safety pass.
First reset used. I mean, arguing for the second, but we'll have to see.
Lovely passing work there by 3 of the Swansea chasers. Moving the ball between each other, making sure that Manchester can't bring in their tackle into bear. Oh, lovely pass off there to Chris.
Now that's how you play Quidditch, Sam.
That was beautiful.
Lovely.
You would have thought that they've been playing together for years. That was a combination of 3 different teams there, I believe, working in tandem. Wonderful, wonderful work there.
Oh, yeah, you're not allowed to. That's got to be some snowballing cards. Move it up, guys. Come on, play some Quidditch.
There's a building just sort of like if you go through the car park, there's a building there. They're just Cool.
Okay.
Again, I would like to say thank you for Epion to providing the
lovely
first
drive
aid for
coming.
the tournament.
What a shot! Lovely stuff.
The power coming off of that throw then.
And importantly, Manchester making that drive while still maintaining their bludger control. So Swansea have got to go up here. Let's see what Sergio and Milo can do, these 2 Promethean loans. Milo moving up, taking a bit of an angle. Going to see some pressure here on the Manchester player. Sergio's throwing from the front. There's a trade there, where it is kind of... Okay, let's see if the space on the ground. There's a whistle there, but that was for the other pitch.
Snitch is now on pitch. Meaning that we now have picture-in-picture, so you can see the snitch play going on there.
So, Sam, if you were a beta coach here, would you be bubbling? You surely, right? With the scope. Oh,
well,
that's a catch.
I don't think at this point I wouldn't have time to say it. I would say definitely bubble. So at this point, Fiona, being where she is, really should go for that seeker if there is another opportunity for it.
Well,
because in this situation, you just want that. You want the game to go on as long as you can until your seeker gets back into it.
We have just seen a catch, and honestly, it looked like young Oscar wasn't paying attention to that one, I think, is a strong possibility. But
strong possibility that he just didn't see that there was a player going for him. Right. I think Manchester now discussing where their beaters should and shouldn't be at this moment.
So we see we had a catch disallowed in the game I just played because of gender. Some of these teams not experienced at the Scubs get. Okay. Catch is good. That means, what's the final score,
The
Sam?
final score is 70-40 for Swansea.
Wow.
So 70-40 for Swansea. Again, a team that has never really played together as a full squad. It's mixed up a Bangor, Swansea, and a couple of Mercs from various places. Very quick catch there we see from, I believe, Reese from Swansea, a Team Wales player. I believe he caught most of our snitches as well.
It was very good. There was just a very quick, and the snitch just went, oh shit.
Okay, I apologise for language on the live stream here. James, go away. Thank you. You have now been banished from the live stream.
McDonald, you're up for an interview. That's fine.
And there you go. Well, that was a very interesting game. Up next, I would say go have a look at the schedule if you want to find out what's up next.
You went into that really confidently, didn't you?
I did.
And then sort of completely face-planted.
I believe we have Leicester versus Sheffield on the pitch coming up next. So that will be at 12 o'clock. So in just under 15 minutes, if we are on time.
I will confirm this by looking at the schedule.
You'll be able to see the schedule in a moment.
Oh, even better.
But
God.
For this segment, I've been Sam Davis, and with me I've had...
Yeah, Zach Cox. It's been really nice to be here. See you all soon.
It's lovely seeing you. And now,
Here is a word from our sponsors.
Following are some words from our sponsors. ODYSSEY Freshers Cup 2020 has been provided entirely free to all the players, meaning that the generous donations from our sponsors have helped get new players into the sport for their first tournament.
The wanting spirit and all of us just pulling together and making the individuals the most important.
The fun we have on a daily basis, the adventures we have, you know, they are priceless moments.
Because supportive, they've taken me from never being in care before to where I am now, which is L&D manager.
What I love about my job is that I get to be a rock star when I come to work.
Because it's a family-run business, you've got that extra personal touch to it.
The possibilities are endless. There's so much potential. If you're looking for a new career change or something a bit different, Home from Home Care's the place for you.
I just love it. I just love it. Everything. I love everything.
Dislodged Photography are one of the longest running and most consistent quadball photographers in the sport. When the Dislodged team are about, you know you're going to get photos that show off your good side. Simon Blackshaw is a friendly photographer and face around the community who genuinely cares about the sport. We thank them for their donation towards the running of ODYSSEY Cup 2022. However, quadball isn't the only thing that you'll find photographed on the Dislodged Photography page. They also capture astrophotography. I assume that means things to do with space. Motorsports, things like bike racing and cars, and all manner of events. Pop over and have a look for yourself.
If I was to pick 3 words to describe Home from Home Care, I would definitely call it exciting, unique, and rewarding.
Knowledge, it's experience, and it's fun.
Exciting, challenging, but rewarding.
Diversity, equality and inclusion.
It's fun, it's rewarding as well, and learning, because I'm learning new things.
following are some words from our sponsors. Odyssey Freshers Cup 2020 has been provided entirely free to all the players, meaning that the generous donations from our sponsors have helped get new players into the sport for their first tournament.
The one team spirit and all of us just pulling together and making the individuals the most important.
The fun we have on a daily basis, the adventures we have, you know, they are priceless moments.
Because sportive, they've taken me from never being in care before to where I am now, which is L&D manager.
What I love about my job is that I get to be a rock star when I come to work.
Because it's a family-run business, you've got that extra personal touch to it.
The possibilities are endless. There's so much potential. If you're looking for a new career change or something a bit different, Home from Home Care's the place for you.
I just love it. I just love it. Everything. I love everything.
Dislodged Photography are one of the longest running and most consistent quadball photographers in the sport. When the dislodged team are about, you know you're going to get photos that show off your good side. Simon Blackshaw is a friendly photographer and face around the community who genuinely cares about the sport. We thank them for their donation towards the running of ODYSSEY Cup 2022. However, quadball isn't the only thing that you'll find photographed on the Dislodged Photography page. They also capture astrophotography. I assume that means things to do with space, motorsports, things like bike racing and cars, and all manner of events. Pop over and have a look for yourself.
If I was to pick 3 words to describe Home from Home Care, I would definitely call it exciting, unique, and rewarding.
Knowledge, it's experience, and it's fun.
Exciting, challenging, but rewarding.
Diversity, equality, and inclusion.
It's fun, it's rewarding as well, and learning, because I'm learning new things.
following are some words from our sponsors. Odyssey Freshers Cup 2020 has been provided entirely free to all the players, meaning that the generous donations from our sponsors have helped get new players into the sport for their first tournament.
The one team spirit and all of us just pulling together and making the individuals the most important.
The fun we have on a daily basis, the adventures we have, you know, they are priceless moments.
Because supportive, they've taken me from never being in care before to where I am now, which is L&D manager.
What I love about my job is that I get to be a rock star when I come to work.
Because it's a family-run business, you've got that extra personal touch to it.
The possibilities are endless. There's so much potential. If you're looking for a new career change or something a bit different, Home from Home Care is the place for you.
I just love it. I just love it. Everything. I love everything.
Dislodged Photography are one of the longest running and most consistent quadball photographers in the sport. When the dislodged team are about, you know you're going to get photos that show off your good side. Simon Blackshaw is a friendly photographer and face around the community who genuinely cares about the sport. We thank them for their donation towards the running of ODYSSEY Cup 2022. However, quadball isn't the only thing that you'll find photographed on the Dislodged Photography page. They also capture astrophotography. I assume that means things to do with space, motorsports, things like bike racing and cars, and all manner of events. Pop over and have a look for yourself.
If I was to pick 3 words to describe Home from Home Care, I would definitely call it exciting, unique, and rewarding.
Knowledge, it's experience, and it's fun.
Exciting, challenging, but rewarding.
Diversity, equality and inclusion.
It's fun, it's rewarding as well, and learning, because I'm learning new things.
following are some words from our sponsors. Odyssey Freshers Cup 2020 has been provided entirely free to all the players, meaning that the generous donations from our sponsors have helped get new players into the sport for their first tournament.
The one team spirit and all of us just pulling together and making the individuals the most important.
The fun we have on a daily basis, the adventures we have, you know, they are priceless moments.
Because it's supportive. They've taken me from never being in care before to where I am now, which is L&D manager.
What I love about my job is that I get to be a rock star when I come to work.
Because it's a family-run business, you've got that extra personal touch to it.
The possibilities are endless. There's so much potential. If you're looking for a new career change or something a bit different, Home from Home Care's the place for you.
I just love it. I just love it. Everything. I love everything.
Dislodged Photography are one of the longest running and most consistent quadball photographers in the sport. When the dislodged team are about, you know you're going to get photos that show off your good side. Simon Blackshaw is a friendly photographer and face around the community who genuinely cares about the sport. We thank them for their donation towards the running of ODYSSEY Cup 2022. However, quadball isn't the only thing that you'll find photographed on the Dislodged Photography page. They also capture astrophotography. I assume that means things to do with space, motorsports, things like bike racing and cars, and all manner of events. Pop over and have a look for yourself.
If I was to pick 3 words to describe Home from Home Care, I would definitely call it exciting, unique, and rewarding.
Knowledge, it's experience, and it's fun.
Exciting, challenging, but rewarding.
Diversity, equality and inclusion.
It's fun, it's rewarding as well, and learning, because I'm learning new things.
Hello and welcome back. Apologies for the slight delay there as we were setting up. We were getting refs ready and all manner of things that you need for a tournament. I'm Sam Davis and with me today is
Anna O'Gara.
Very helpfully helping out on the camera and going to be having a bit of a chat as we go into the Leicester versus Sheffield game. Now, I've seen Sheffield play today. Have you seen Leicester play anyway?
Yeah, I reffed the game just now. Got some experienced players on there and some freshers. It's a good mix. I believe that they were playing against Leeds and they won. I think they reached the time cap, so I think Leeds caught for overtime, and then yeah, the timer went out because we're up to 30 minutes, which ends up a Leicester win.
Of course, in this tournament we're playing at a time cap of 30 minutes just because a lot of the squads today are very small. It's also, I would say, helping us keep on schedule, but we're currently 20 minutes behind. Refs have called the captains in, so we should be starting very soon. If we look over at the Leicester squad there, they are currently doing their huddle in. Just a little bit of technical here. Anna, right at the top of the camera, there's a little fiddle, like right on the roof of it.
This?
No, the top.
This?
Right on the top, yeah, there's like a little, there's a little knob. No, at the top. There we go. And with that, you can zoom in ever so slightly for me.
Like that?
A little bit more.
I don't know what I'm doing.
No, you're doing it well. A little bit more. Perfect. There we go. And you can stop. There we go. And zoom out a little bit for me.
I don't know what I'm doing.
So zoom out's the same, just upward.
Ah,
there we go.
Sideways. I was going forward and backwards.
Oh no, it goes left and right.
So is this the right?
Right to zoom in, left to zoom out. Just zoom in ever so slightly. Perfect. There we go. And stop. There we are.
Awesome.
Now we've set up the cameras, so we're going to have a good old day. Just grab me my coat.
Man, I'm going to be giving us a wave.
So, Sheffield playing in purple and, well, purple, black and yellow. They've got a lovely combination with Leicester playing in black. Leicester being on the left side of the screen and Sheffield being on the right side of the screen. Sheffield, though being one of the biggest squads in the tournament, I believe has the most freshers per capita, bringing 9 freshers with them today.
Oh wow, that is a solid number of freshers.
It is.
Very good.
They had a good haul. I believe there's 2 or 3 that they weren't able to bring today or weren't able to make it. So we're expecting to see a couple more at Northern.
Cool. Lovely.
In almost exactly a month's time. So this tournament is a tournament for new players, freshers and university teams. So we have a couple of different rules that we employ. As we said before, we play slightly shorter games. We also have a mandatory 2-minute break at the 10-minute mark to allow teams to have a little bit of a catch their breath and also have a little bit of a chat about what's just happened. Because as we say, a lot of new players playing today. It's good to have a bit of a talk so that you don't spend the entire game wondering what's going on and then at the end of it be told what went well, what went wrong. You can come on and have a bit of a chat with your coach and your captain and they can tell you, right, you've done this well, you've done this badly, let's see what we can change before we go into the second half of the game. I believe our refs today are Josh Armitage. From your vantage point up there, Anna, can you see who the other refs are?
I can see Manon Benavides, I can see Emily Hayes. I believe that might be it.
It looks like we might have Christina from Old Manchester player as the snitch today. So it looks like Leicester's beater is able to decide what side of the bludger they want to run for. I think Leicester also got to pick what side of the quaffle, both of them going for the the left side, meaning that they probably are right-handed players.
We also have Charlie of Manchester. I don't know if he's reffing.
Brooms down has been called.
We've gone over starting procedure before. I'll be saying brooms down, ready, brooms up.
Josh Armitage doing a very quick reminder of the starting procedure.
Paired whistle blast will be a stoppage of game. Make sure to stay where you are, drop your brooms.
Making sure everyone knows what the whistle blasts mean. 2 whistles and the call of brooms down means brooms down. Sheffield are ready. Leicester are ready. Brooms up has been called. First to the quaffle. It looks like Sheffield have got the quaffle and also the bludger control there. Starting the game very strong. Leicester moving down the pitch now, using the bludgers to bully out the Leicester chaser line slightly, getting them out of position there. Amit taking a shot. Looks like a chaser got through there, forcing a pass off there from the Sheffield keeper. Amit going for a big hit there on the beater attacking his partner. Quaffle has been passed off into a chaser who is being tackled there from behind. Keeper almost tackled from behind there as well, but Amit getting the bludger there to defend them just in time. Lovely pop across there. And into the hoops it goes.
Very solid start from Sheffield.
A lot of work from the Sheffield team there to break up Leicester's defence. Leicester really having quite a tight body of chasers, willing to put in a lot of contact, I think, at the beginning there. But using the beaters from Sheffield really just to clear out a bit of a path there and to keep the chasers from Leicester moving and on their toes. Quaffle possession with Leicester, bludger possession still with Sheffield. Big pass over there, that just shy of going straight to his hands. Oh, and a shot there, but just rimming the hoop there. Not quite in. a disappointing time. Amit taking a big beat, giving a big beat there.
Clearing them out.
Stopping the Leicester momentum on the attack there with the bludgers yet again. Giving keeper for Sheffield quaffle control. Sheffield keeper directing their chasers. Sheffield having two shoulder passing options there. Good catch there. Pass back to keeper. Sheffield just making a triangle shape with their chasers, one either side of the hoops. So it looks like there's going to be a tackle or contact going in there. And a good interception there by Leicester chaser, but it's been picked up by Sheffield yet again. Sheffield still fighting for it. Leicester going in, taking a beat on the back. Sheffield going for a shot, not getting there. Another swat there by Leicester. Leicester's keeper finally getting the quaffle. Leicester's keeper being immune from being attacked. They've finally been able to take that offence off. Lovely work from both teams. That quaffle kept on moving. Very difficult situation when the ball just won't stop. That's the type of attack that defending against is very difficult, when you're not quite sure where you can plant your defenders to stop any forward momentum. Beautiful work from both sides. Beaters from both sides getting in on the action there as well. Leicester going for a long shot over the top. It's straight to the hands, but not quite making the catch there. Sheffield's keeper blocking him out. Putting in a bit of contact there, stopping him from going into it. It looks like there's a beat there coming in from Sheffield's beater. Sheffield now with quaffle control, with keeper in there. Bludgers coming in from the left to go against the keeper. Keeper goes for a block and deflects it with the quaffle. Running in, trying to put in contact there. Oh, Leicester just stopping them out there, passing off to number 10. 10 going for a shot, but Leicester have reclaimed the ball. Leicester running up, not immune because they're not a keeper. Going for it. Nice big sprint. Amit going in, but there was a pass, but unfortunately Amit was right in the middle, and it looks like keeper for Sheffield has got the quaffle. Keeper has possession. There looks like there's a little bit of a warning here for sliding towards contact. It's not quite a penalty or a penalisation, I believe, because he slid towards contact. Didn't quite go in front of the player that he was sliding towards. It was just quite near, I think. Ooh. How are you finding the game, Anna?
I find it interesting. I think in the last game, Leicester really dominated on the beater front and then had a lot of counters with some very strong experienced quaffle carriers. Whereas this time I think they're finding it a bit more difficult against this Sheffield squad. I think there's a bit more formation, and the beaters as well are, I think, giving them a bit more of a
That seems to be a beater attacking the... I'll replay this. So what happened here is a beater went for a tackle on the quaffle carrier here. Also came off broom while doing it, but you can only attack players who interact with the same ball that you do. So beaters can only go for beaters, chasers and quaffle, chasers and keepers can only go for chasers and keepers. So you have to be a bit careful about this. I don't know if Josh has decided not to card the player as they are a first-time player, I believe. I believe it'll be a back to hoops though, and it's a learnable moment where they've been spoken about. It's been called no harm, no foul because the ball has retained with the keeper of Sheffield. They're about to go back up, and there they go. Oh, that was so close to actually just going in there. I believe it was an attempted pass to their chaser who was by the hoop there. Unfortunately, just missing, and again, just tapping that rim. Sheffield with quaffle control, I believe. Oh, sorry, Leicester with quaffle control. Sheffield retaining bludgers at the moment. However, it looks like Sheffield are about to lose bludgers. No, Sheffield have retained bludgers. It does look like Leicester are going straight in there for a goal there. In that moment, Sheffield were able to retain bludgers by putting it into a fight, but unfortunately took it away from the defence, which allowed Leicester to get that goal in there by pushing it through. That was a lot of work there to get that goal, but that leaves the score at 10-all.
It was a good piece of beater-chaser communication there, the chasers seeing that the beaters were taken out, taking full advantage and running it through, much like they did in the winning game earlier.
Sheffield here going for their standard attack setup, it seems, where they like to have both their beaters walk up slowly with the quaffle carrier and then attempt a long shot off. It's worked for them a couple of times, but unfortunately it looks like Leicester have sussed out. Leicester going for a run there, but being beaten by Sheffield's beaters. Beaters now just coming in to clear that up, allowing Josh, the keeper and captain coach, to retain control of the quaffle for Sheffield. I believe, I forget on the name of the beater on Sheffield who got that shot, but well done, good shot. Ooh. Again, Sheffield, another team that OQC get to go and train with from time to time. We get to meet quite a lot of them, lovely players. So I'm not going to lie, slightly biased just because of our proximity to Sheffield.
Yeah.
Josh looking for their long passing option. Unfortunately, their passing option isn't there, so they're going for the shot themselves. And they've gone for it, and they've scored, bringing the score to 20-10 in favour of Sheffield. Josh really having to work hard there to find a shooting option. They were looking for a pass, but I believe Leicester's beaters knocked out the passing option before they were able to get there. A little bit of a conversation here from the Leicester keeper. In normal gameplay, this might be called a delay of game, as your feet do need to be moving forward. But we, as I say, for the Freshers game, we are laxing some of the rules because it's more important that we learn before we get into Northern and other QK official tournaments. Leicester now using the bludger in front to try and shield from it. Sheffield's beaters now down to one bludger between them. Oh, I think number 50 from Sheffield almost tackled their own beater there. Luckily spotting that they were teammates just before it happened.
The team colourings are somewhat similar. I can see how mistakes could happen.
Both playing in quite dark uniforms.
Yeah.
Sheffield with quaffle control, Leicester with bludger control. I believe that's Tim Luck come on for Leicester on the beater lineup. Sheffield currently having quite a flat line with their chasers all in a line. But it looks like they're now performing a box. Two chasers going deep behind the hoops, providing passing options with one shoulder player on the far right, getting the catch off there from the keeper, passing it over there, attempted swat. There's a ball coming in from beater. It does look like they have both been beaten. All beaters are now down, all bludgers are now down on the floor. Tim Luck taking it back. There is currently no bludger defence on the Sheffield side. It doesn't look like Leicester are quite taking control of that. They are now going for a run, making a pass but not getting to his hands. Luck's going for a goal. Oh, but he's tripped and come off broom. Now we have quaffle control by Sheffield with quaffle with the keeper. Very unlucky play there. It looks like he just slipped on a little bit of mud before getting to that goal. That did look like it was all for him. Sheffield have come out of that now with quaffle possession and bludger control. It looks like Sheffield again are setting up for a box. Their beaters trying to clear out a bit of space there from the chasers who are putting in contact. Lovely deflection there. Going in for a shot. Is he showing a passing? Beautiful pass off over there. Bringing the score to 30-10. It's lovely seeing players run in there. A lot of the time you'll see some of the larger players, they will try and bash their way through to get that goal in, put their hand through it. But seeing the easier option to pass it up to their teammate who is in a perfect position there. Brilliant judgment. It looks like we might just have a little bit of a stoppage here. So a little bit of a stoppage. It looks like there's a little bit of collision on there.
Beater on beater action.
So just for one moment, I'm going to say we're going to have a very quick word from our sponsors.
Following are some words from our sponsors. Odyssey Freshers Cup 2020 has been provided entirely free to all the players, meaning that the generous donations from our sponsors have helped get new players into the sport for their first tournament.
The one team spirit and all of us just pulling together and making the individuals the most important.
The fun we have on a daily basis, the adventures we have, you know, they are priceless moments.
Because supportive, they've taken me from never being in care before to where I am now, which is L&D manager.
What I love about my job is that I get to be a rock star when I come to work.
Because it's a family-run business, you've got that extra personal touch to it.
The possibilities are endless. There's so much potential. If you're looking for a new career change or something a bit different, Home from Home Care's the place for you.
I just love it. I just love it. Everything. I love everything.
Dislodged Photography are one of the longest running and most consistent quadball photographers in the sport. When the dislodged team are about, you know you're going to get photos that show off your good side. Simon Blackshaw is a friendly photographer and face around the community who genuinely cares about the sport. We thank them for their donation towards the running of ODYSSEY Cup 2022. However, quadball isn't the only thing that you'll find photographed on the Dislodged Photography page. They also capture astrophotography. I assume that means things to do with space, motorsports, things like bike racing and cars, and all manner of events. Pop over and have a look for yourself. Hello, we're back just after a very quick break for our sponsors and for an injury. The player is now back on their feet and being checked over by Epion. Thank you very much for Epion, our first aiders for the tournament. You'll see them at most QK events. Very professional team, very lovely to have them on board. We're going to be returning back to the game very shortly now. I believe the refs have had a discussion about if contact was legal or illegal prior to the incident there. Anna, did you see anything that might have been?
I didn't actually witness the event itself.
I believe it was beaters running into each other. From my point of view, it did look like it was clean. I think it was just an unfortunate bit of a knock, I'm afraid. So players have now been called back to brooms. Quaffle possession
I believe it was
is currently, we're about to find out who it's with. I think it's currently with Leicester. We have Leicester, Leicester keeper is with the quaffle possession here. Okay. With bludgers currently, I believe, Tim Luck with one bludger for Leicester. Second bludger on the floor. The third bludger also looks like it's on the floor. So it looks like Sheffield currently have no bludgers, with Leicester having one bludger and quaffle possession. In front of Leicester's quaffle carrier, their keeper, is currently the Sheffield keeper, a Sheffield chaser, but behind the Sheffield keeper there is also still a passing option for Sheffield in the form of a tall chaser. So this is going to be quite interesting to see how Sheffield come out of this or how Leicester play this. Whistles have gone, brooms up and out. It looks like Leicester has decided to back off, passing it over the hoops. They're going for another shot and through the hoops. Beautiful play there. They went for it. Bring the score to 20-30 in favour of Sheffield. Quaffle is being picked up by the keeper. They do have to go back into their half before they can restart the play though. Play is now live. Quaffle with Sheffield keeper. It looks like Sheffield have now retained the bludgers. Coming back into the game strong here. Sheffield losing a little bit of momentum there as they readjust their players to get into a box shape. Going in for it. Keeper passing it over there to their passing option in the box. Not being contested at all, passing it back over there, but passing it to a beater who can't actually touch the ball. Sheffield running back in, Sheffield's keeper claiming quaffle possession there. Calling for their passing options, passing it over there, trying to keep the keeper from Leicester moving. Passing it to number 4, it looks like there is a brooms down for some reason. We have a brooms down call. I'm going to move a bit closer to see if I can hear what that's for.
I see. This is our first 10-minute break.
Do you want to explain it?
There is a first water break at 10 minutes. Now, a 2-minute break to allow smaller squads and freshers to have a small break and discuss what's happening.
It's handy for captains and coaches just to make sure that everyone is on the same page, making sure that all the new players know exactly what just happened in that game. Any questions they've got, want answering, the ref team's there to go and help.
It's almost like an enforced timeout, which is interesting in that in the first game that I refed, I think it was Manchester versus York. Manchester really bounced back after the first break, and I think York actually picked up after the second. So it is an interesting change of dynamic that comes with these.
It's a good, it's a good re-evaluation time, but it's also, as you say, so I believe Sheffield having at least 9 freshers with them, and Leicester, again, sort of like being a team that's quite small. I believe they've got 11 players, maybe. Yeah. It's just a chance to give them a bit of a breather, a bit of time to get your breath back, and sometimes that can really revitalize your play.
Yeah.
Especially, I mean, this is probably the fastest gameplay that I've seen all day so far.
It's quite end to end. Yeah, it's been very, very good.
No, it is. It's interesting to see, and it's also very nice to see, especially these being 2 of the biggest squads going into Northern for the QUK season. So it's nice seeing that not only are they a sizable squads, but they're also willing to actually put in the effort and go for these runs.
Yeah, there hasn't been too much two-arm tackling I've noticed in this game. I've seen some other games where people have used it quite a lot, other games where I think Leicester especially have been a bit unsure how far they can go. I think it will take a bit of time for some people to get to grips with it.
I think definitely. I mean, one team that you see a lot of two-arm tackling from already is Manchester.
Yeah.
But I think that there's certain influences, maybe Hugh Phipps there, that is very helping push that forward for them. But again, it's one of these things. It's the first tournament where players have been allowed to do two-arm tackles.
Yeah.
They are also allowed to do back contact if they're coming off from planted feet. So you can't dive into back contact or run into it, but if your feet are planted and someone has the back to you, you can now grab them from that side, which has really changed the dynamics for some players.
It definitely has.
Which I must admit, I'm quite looking forward to it in the sense of players aren't going to be able to turn their back so often when you're going for a tackle and think they're
Very
safe.
true. Very true. I
It
think
will
it'll very much
slow
change
down.
the beta game, especially on hoops in a defence. You can really break it up.
It does mean that you're going to have to keep your head on a bit of a twizzle.
Indeed.
So players have been called back to their brooms now, setting up from where we started just a moment before. Leicester with quaffle possession, and Sheffield with quaffle possession. Thank you, Alan.
And then, who's got the bludgers?
And bludger possession is with Sheffield as well.
Oh, yes.
And brooms are up. Keeper for Sheffield, getting quaffle possession from a pass there. Beaters for Sheffield seem to be a bit prioritised with taking out other beaters, which is working well. However, it does look like 24 was almost going to try and guard. 24 making a good block there. Beaters have retained possession for Sheffield there. Very good job there. While with Tim Luck trying to knock out that bludger there, but not quite making it. Leicester taking a bit more of a cautious approach. Oh, very close into that hoop there, but just rimmed the side. And it looks like they've now passed it back to keeper, who is immune from any tackling or bludgers.
Good
Tim Luck reclaiming one bludger there, and it looks like Leicester have now claimed a bludger. Leicester have now claimed bludger control. And it looks like Leicester almost more willing to use it, coming a bit further forward with their beaters to interrupt Sheffield before they even get across the pitch. That's a dismounted call as Sheffield's chaser came off the broom as they're making the throw. Lovely beater play there by Leicester, stopping that in with a chaser there, also getting their hands in the way to make that a really difficult catch for the Sheffield chaser there. Tim Luck coming in there for a throw but making a miss. Both beaters missing, which is left no bludgers on defence for Sheffield. Leicester's keeper coming in, working off a pick there. Looks like Leicester's keeper keeper has been called beat. That was a lovely pick performed by Leicester there to allow their keeper to get closer to those goals. Unfortunately, Armit coming in there with a bludger, just stopping that play from working out for them. Bludgers are back on the ground for Sheffield. Captain, coach and keeper Josh Cooper has just come on pitch and giving orders out, setting his team into a box formation. Again, with a wide shoulder passing option to his left, and in front of him, two chasers behind the hoops. Tim Luck is trying to clear out the chasers from behind the hoops, but there's been a pass to the chaser that Tim Luck was already going for. Unfortunately, it was a good pass, but badly timed with the beaters right in the way there. Leicester making a brilliant pass off there just before being beat, but running for it and popping it in. That brings the score to 30 all, I believe. Wonderful play there by Leicester, being able to pop that ball off to their shoulder chaser, running with them just before that beat hit them.
Some good break action from Leicester. Very much capitalising on counters.
I must admit, that was, in my opinion, quite high-level play from the player from the chaser who actually scored there, making sure that they did not leave their breakaway chaser to make that run on by themselves.
Yeah.
By starting that run, when you see someone's got a bit of a hero run on, you might not get the ball, they might get beat, they might try and pop it through themselves, but just by being there, you're that passing option. It means that you are going to be able to pick up that ball if things go wrong and get that goal, just as we've seen. Here goes Josh going in for another attempt, just being blocked out there. The Baylor defence here, stopping the ball from going through there. That was beautiful work of a simplistic tactic from Leicester, but working beautifully. Unfortunately, not able to sustain it for quite long enough. Sheffield scoring there.
Somewhat broke apart the Leicester defence.
Being a case of moving the quaffle around so much that unfortunately Leicester just weren't able to keep up with it. Beautiful work of the Baylor defence though. We do have the snitches just come on pitch.
A bit of a napalm.
So that means we're going to go into snitch cam in a moment.
Nice two-arm tackle there from Tim.
Ooh. Beautiful to see beaters putting in these two-arm tackles.
And then an immediate counter goal from Leicester, I believe.
Oh, was that a goal there?
It was indeed for Leicester.
Not that I wasn't looking, but that brings the score up to 40 all. Terribly sorry, I was just setting up the snitch cam. Seekers are now loose, they're on pitch. At the moment we have Sheffield with bludgeon control, sending one of their beaters in there to stop that attack from the Leicester Seeker coming in. Leicester Seeker back in here. We have Tim Luck, and goal is good there, bringing the score to 40-50. Looks like there's a lot of beating happening around the Seeker game here. We now have some uncontested time from the Leicester Seeker coming in here to try and get a bit of a snitch catch. On the bludger game, we have both bludgers currently being with Leicester. We have a breakaway run here by Leicester's keeper trying to run in there, with Leicester's beaters having the time to try and clear out a bit of space for them. Oh, big pass over, almost a goal, but not quite in, being just slightly tapped out of the way by Sheffield's chaser there. Small chaser with a great jump on them there, stopped that goal from going in. Looks like Christine here is de-brooming the Leicester Seeker, but Leicester has been able to stay on broom, meaning that they are going for this. We now have a lot of tight bludger control around the live stream tent. Hopefully they don't hit us. There we go. The Sheffield beaters have now reclaimed quaffle control, bludger control even. Quaffle is going towards the hoops, but not quite making it. Oh, and there's been a sneaky little catch there. Let's see if we can get a replay on this. So Sheffield Seeker, they're backing off from Christine as she prepared for Leicester's Seeker to come back in. Christine forgetting that Sheffield's Seeker was there, and she reached in and just snatched it off her back.
Goodness me, I didn't catch that.
It's all right, well, we got the... That's what the snitch cam's there for. In my opinion, beautiful catch there, but we're going to see what the refs say about this. So if this goes through, that would leave the score at 70-40 in favour of Sheffield, which is a straight win. The score is currently 40-50, so my maths might have been wrong, but I think I'm right. We'll find out.
Were the scores equal, or was it?
No, the score is currently Sheffield are leading by 1.
I see. Oh yeah, there was that last goal from Josh Cooper.
Catch has been called good. Catch is good. The score at the end is 40-70 to Sheffield. Beautiful game. So what were you thinking about that? Is that how you thought that was going to end?
I'm not sure. I wasn't sure how the experienced core of Sheffield was going to come up against with Leicester, because the Leicester team were very much utilising their older, more experienced players very well in the last game. I was impressed by Sheffield there. I was very impressed, actually.
I was very impressed. As I say, like, as you know, 9 of these players are freshers.
Yeah.
Their captain, coach, and keeper, Josh Cooper, he's only been playing for 1 year, and this is the very first time that he's ever captained.
Yeah, there was some good teamwork as well. Just seeing experienced players like Ami guiding their beaters with passing between players as well. It was impressive. It was a good piece of play. I think from both teams you could see smart play at points. Definitely some rust around the edges, but very impressive. I think it'll be good. They've got some good experience here, and I hope they take it to Northern.
Oh, exactly. We have workshops throughout the day. So this morning we were running contact workshops to make sure, you know, we get players. The primary goal of this day is really to make sure that players are safe at the end of it. So this morning we were working on a workshop, so looking at safely falling, safely initiating contact. We're about to go into our lunch segment here, and then after that we have workshops again looking at safe contact, taking and giving it in proportion. Followed by other workshops that people can opt in throughout the days. The contact workshops, I believe, are mandatory. The other workshops throughout the day, including passing drills and positional drills, and some reffing workshops, are opt-in. Yeah, that's the word. Throughout the day. As we go into our lunch break, we're going to try and get a couple of interviews for you. But the next game will be at, I believe, what's the time now? I believe 2 o'clock, maybe 3 o'clock.
Yeah, the lunch break was meant
The next game is going to be at 3 o'clock, and that's going to be the third place playoffs, I believe.
Oh, interesting.
Going into that. So I'm not entirely sure who's going into those, but we will have that updated for you as soon as we can. So at 3 o'clock, we've got the third, fourth place playoffs. Before that, we'll be having some interviews with various people. I'm going to try and get the new events co-manager, or what do they call them? CEO now?
Co-lead? I don't know.
Co-lead, the QK department manager, to have a bit of a chat with us, see what they're bringing new to QK, and see who else is about. After that, we have workshops running into the afternoon, and then, as I say, 3 o'clock back for the third, fourth place playoffs.
I would imagine more like 2 o'clock, because it is 1 o'clock now. I think we're going out. Is it?
Yeah,
Oh,
3.
is it
We have
3?
we have a mandatory workshop in between, so
I
3
see,
o'clock
that
when
was
that
it.
happens. We are currently running to schedule, it would seem, which is a rarity.
My goodness.
Well,
that's why I couldn't quite believe it.
Until then, I've been Sam Davis, and with me has been
Anna O'Gara.
Thank you. And we're going to leave you now with a word from our sponsors.
Following are some words from our sponsors. ODYSSEY Freshers Cup 2020 has been provided entirely free to all the players, meaning that the generous donations from our sponsors have helped get new players into the sport for their first tournament.
The one team spirit and all of us just pulling together and making the individuals the most important.
The fun we have on a daily basis, the adventures we have, you know, they are priceless moments.
Because supportive, they've taken me from never being in care before to where I am now, which is L&D manager.
What I love about my job is that I get to be a rock star when I come to work.
Because it's a family-run business, you've got that extra personal touch to it.
The possibilities are endless. There's so much potential. If you're looking for a new career change or something a bit different, Home from Home Care is the place for you.
I just love it. I just love it. Everything. I love everything.
Dislodged photography are one of the longest running and most consistent quadball photographers in the sport. When the dislodged team are about, you know you're going to get photos that show off your good side. Simon Blackshaw is a friendly photographer and face around the community who genuinely cares about the sport. We thank them for their donation towards the running of ODYSSEY Cup 2022. However, quadball isn't the only thing that you'll find photographed on the dislodged photography page. They also capture astrophotography. I assume that means things to do with space, motorsports, things like bike racing and cars, and all manner of events. Hop over and have a look for yourself.
If I was to pick 3 words to describe Home from Home Care, I would definitely call it exciting, unique, and rewarding.
Knowledge, it's experience, and it's fun.
Exciting, challenging, but rewarding.
Diversity, equality and inclusion.
It's fun, it's rewarding as well, and learning, because I'm learning new things.
Following are some words from our sponsors. ODYSSEY Freshers Cup 2020 has been provided entirely free to all the players, meaning that the generous donations from our sponsors have helped get new players into the sport for their first tournament.
The one team spirit and all of us just pulling together and making the individuals the most important.
The fun we have on a daily basis, the adventures we have, you know, they are priceless moments.
Because supportive, they've taken me from never being in care before to where I am now, which is L&D manager.
What I love about my job is that I get to be a rock star when I come to work.
Because it's a family-run business, you've got that extra personal touch to it.
The possibilities are endless. There's so much potential. If you're looking for a new career change or something a bit different, Home from Home Care's the place for you.
I just love it. I just love it. Everything. I love everything.
Dislodged Photography are one of the longest running and most consistent quadball photographers in the sport. When the Dislodged team are about, you know you're going to get photos that show off your good side. Simon Blackshaw is a friendly photographer and face around the community who genuinely cares about the sport. We thank them for their donation towards the running of ODYSSEY Cup 2022. However, quadball isn't the only thing that you'll find photographed on the Dislodged Photography page. They also capture astrophotography. I assume that means things to do with space, motorsports, things like bike racing and cars, and all manner of events. Pop over and have a look for yourself.
If I was to pick 3 words to describe Home from Home Care, I would definitely call it exciting, unique, and rewarding.
Knowledge, it's experience, and it's fun.
Exciting, challenging, but rewarding.
Diversity, equality and inclusion.
It's fun, it's rewarding as well, and learning, because I'm learning new things.
following are some words from our sponsors. ODYSSEY Freshers Cup 2020 has been provided entirely free to all the players, meaning that the generous donations from our sponsors have helped get new players into the sport for their first tournament.
The wanting spirit and all of us just pulling together and making the individuals the most important.
The fun we have on a daily basis, the adventures we have, you know, they are priceless moments.
Because it's supportive. They've taken me from never being in care before to where I am now, which is L&D manager.
What I love about my job is that I get to be a rock star when I come to work.
Because it's a family-run business, you've got that extra personal touch to it.
The possibilities are endless. There's so much potential. If you're looking for a new career change or something a bit different, Home from Home Care's the place for you.
I just love it. I just love it. Everything. I love everything.
Dislodged Photography are one of the longest running and most consistent quadball photographers in the sport. When the Dislodged team are about, you know you're going to get photos that show off your good side. Simon Blackshaw is a friendly photographer and face around the community who genuinely cares about the sport. We thank them for their donation towards the running of ODYSSEY Cup 2022. However, quadball isn't the only thing that you'll find photographed on the Dislodged Photography page. They also capture astrophotography. I assume that means things to do with space. Motorsports, things like bike racing and cars, and all manner of events. Pop over and have a look for yourself.
If I was to pick 3 words to describe Home from Home Care, I would definitely call it exciting, unique, and rewarding.
Knowledge, it's experience, and it's fun.
Exciting, challenging, but rewarding.
Diversity, equality and inclusion.
It's fun, it's rewarding as well, and learning, because I'm learning new things.
Following are some words from our sponsors. Odyssey Freshers Cup 2020 has been provided entirely free to all the players, meaning that the generous donations from our sponsors have helped get new players into the sport for their first tournament.
The wanting spirit and all of us just pulling together and making the individuals the most important.
The fun we have on a daily basis, the adventures we have, you know, they are priceless moments.
Because supportive, they've taken me from never being in care before to where I am now, which is L&D manager.
What I love about my job is that I get to be a rock star when I come to work.
Because it's a family-run business, you've got that extra personal touch to it.
The possibilities are endless. There's so much potential. If you're looking for a new career change or something a bit different, Home from Home Care's the place for you.
I just love it. I just love it. Everything. I love everything.
Dislodged Photography are one of the longest running and most consistent quadball photographers in the sport. When the Dislodged team are about, you know you're going to get photos that show off your good side. Simon Blackshaw is a friendly photographer and face around the community who genuinely cares about the sport. We thank them for their donation towards the running of ODYSSEY Cup 2022. However, quadball isn't the only thing that you'll find photographed on the Dislodged Photography page. They also capture astrophotography. I assume that means things to do with space, motorsports, things like bike racing and cars, and all manner of events. Pop over and have a look for yourself.
If I was to pick 3 words to describe Home from Home Care, I would definitely call it exciting, unique, and rewarding.
Knowledge, it's experience, and it's fun.
Exciting, challenging, but rewarding.
Diversity, equality and inclusion.
It's fun, it's rewarding as well, and learning, because I'm learning new things.
Hello, that's our very fancy entrance coming in because I have to click the buttons on that. I'm Sam Davis, and with me is
Emily Hayes, part of the tournament committee for today, but also one of the events co-directors for Quidditch UK.
Brilliant. So first thing that we're going to do before we set anything off, I've just realised the light is coming in from behind us, so we might be in shadow. We'll find out later, I'm sure. We're going to go over the scores from the day so far, and then the seedings going into the third place, fourth place playoff, the first place playoff, second, and then the fifth place playoff.
Yeah.
I did that well.
You did it fantastically. So the first round of games of the day, we had Leeds versus Sheffield. The score was 70-40 to Leeds. We also had Manchester versus York, with the final score being 190 to Manchester. Round 2, we got Swansea versus Manchester, and Swansea won at 70-40. And then Leicester versus Leeds at 120 to 100 Leicester winning that game. And finally, Sheffield 60 to Leicester's 40, and York's 140 to Swansea's 110. Now this meant that in both groups, all teams had one win, so it came down to point difference. So the first group, we had Leeds top the group with plus 10 PD. It was very close.
That is very close. All these games have been a lot closer than I thought they were.
Very close. And then Leicester came second in that group with 0 PD. They totally neutral across the day. And Sheffield came last in that group with a PD of minus 10. So 20 points in it across the whole group, which was just very unexpected.
That is. It's been fantastic to see how, you know, throughout the day, it's one thing that we've said constantly. These are very new teams in terms of the players that they're bringing to it, and seeing how close they all are, despite some teams having, you know, we've got some teams with 9 players here today, and some teams, I think the largest one is 16.
Yeah.
So seeing sort of like the disparity in numbers, not quite following through with the scoring.
Yeah, it's been a very pleasant surprise. I'm glad it's worked out so close, especially for people's first game experience. You want to feel that, oh, we might do it, we might win moment.
Oh, exactly.
And they've got plenty of that today.
Everyone having at least 1 win and 1 loss. So like, it gets you in the spirit of Quadball. Like.
Oh, definitely. And then the other group, we had slightly bigger PDs in this one. So York topped the group with 20 PD.
Ooh, only slightly bigger.
Only slightly bigger. Swansea in the middle, neutral again. And then Manchester bottom of the group with minus 20.
Oh, I must admit, surprising results there on that side, in terms of Swansea being made up of, I think it's 3 different teams coming together and playing together. So they have got experience playing together, but coming in that strong, very, very good to see from the
fantastic, especially as we're hoping to see a sort of unified Welsh University team at one of our regional fixtures. So it's wonderful to see that they're performing at the same level of clubs that play together all the time. So it's lovely.
That's brilliant. So, I mean, you've been, so as the co-events director?
Yep.
Co-events director with Fran Morris.
Fran Morris, who's sadly not here today.
But in our thoughts.
In our thoughts, in our prayers.
So no, it's quite interesting because I believe yourselves and also Chloe Durkin from the teams department have been working with Wales to put together sort of like the team and figure out how they can actually slot in to the entire sort of organisation. So I believe they're going to be at Southern?
Yeah, so the majority of the players in the United Welsh Universities team. Most of them come from Cardiff and Swansea, so it made a lot more sense to ask the players based in Bangor to come down to the south rather than ask the majority of the team to go up to the north. Just logistically sensible.
It makes sense like that. Yeah. So in terms of, cause I also know this might be something that you're not like that, as I say, out of your remit, sort of like from the events and whatnot. But do you know how that will affect, say, national standings in terms of the IQA needing 3 teams in a nation before they can have a national squad?
I'm not 100% sure how it's going to interact. We've been having discussions about how it interacts with things like being eligible for BQC and being eligible for EQC, but actually we haven't got around to discussing the national teams, but I've definitely mentally noted it to chat about later. I'm sure Fran's thought of it. Fran has been doing this role before, so knows lots more of the ins and outs. I'm the newbie. We've been doing it for like a week and a half.
Talking about, sort of, as you say, sort of like being the newbie and sort of like how Fran's done it before, and then she moved away and now she's come back with yourself, sort of like as a joint partnership on this. Have you? So, what would you say that you're planning? Is there anything different that you're planning on bringing to the role then?
So most of, as in the difference between the two of us, or the difference
between previous?
So most of what we brought is people. So before applying for the role of events director, we approached individuals who we know have lots of events experience or we've worked with before and enlisted them to join us in events. So the events department has gone from being quite small to being quite sizable now. So we hopefully will just have a lot more manpower. Events are a difficult thing to run. If you don't have that many people, it can get quite draining quite quickly. So with all the extra bodies we've got, it'll mean that we can deliver the same high quality events, but also not exhaust our volunteers doing so. The people who've been doing it for the last couple of years have been doing a wonderful job, but have been so short-staffed and need a break, bless them. So we're here to give them that break.
It's great to hear that, as you say, sort of like bringing more volunteers, because it is really how our tournaments run. I mean, here, so we've, our committee for this tournament, yourself included, has been 4 of us, putting that together. It's been, you know, it's been nice having the 4 of us sort of like being able to like pool resources and putting it, but actually getting here and having everyone pull their weight and sort of like getting involved. I mean, it's one of the reasons why having, you know, with OQC now, we've got a squad of, I believe it's 48 people.
A lot.
Being able just to pull people in and go like, okay, I know half of you can't make it, but that's still 15 like, of you that are going to come and do this.
Oh yeah, and today wouldn't be possible without the other Olympians volunteers doing all the non-playing referee slots. Definitely need them for today.
It does work. It does work out quite nicely. So moving forward then, so your your first official tournament, because we've got this tournament,
this
which
is not Quidditch
this
UK
is your,
official, unfortunately. So
your warm-up tournament. Here. So have you got any, let's say, planning sort of like differences for like Northern that you've done? Like, because you've really had to hit the ground running. You've got, I think it's a month today coming in.
So Northern is, I believe, 3 weeks today. Southern is 2 weeks today, if I've got my calendar dates right. The 5th and the 12th are the 2. So very much the majority of the early stage planning was completed. So we have stepped in and sort of made sure that's all sorted and organised and ready to go forward. We're in the process of registering teams and players. So it's about getting them on Quidditch Scheduler, getting the schedule together. So for this tournament, it is very same as before. We're running it with the sort of current events volunteers and ourselves. It'll be the next set of regionals where we really onboard the big team and hit the ground running. I'm in the process of making a sort of week by week plan. So minus 6 weeks from the tournaments, we'll be doing X, Y, and Z, and it'll be a smooth machine. It's going to be wonderful.
Do you, at this stage, know which teams are likely to attend Northern and Southern? Because I know we've seen a fluctuation in which teams have survived, which teams have grown, and which some new teams.
We do. We definitely know which teams are planning to attend. I would love to say that I remember off the top of my head, but my brain has been full with today. We have 6 teams attending each. One of which I know is that Southern is definitely the United Welsh team, and there's a team that's coming that's a mixture of previous Scottish teams. And then I honestly can't remember, which is a terrible answer, but apologies.
I believe with a mixed Scottish team, it would, if every team here with the Welsh team going down south, that would make 6 teams.
Yeah.
So it might potentially be that we're seeing a preview to Northern right here, which would be quite nice to see.
And I will definitely be discussing how today went when we're determining Northern planning.
True. So in terms of being I was going to say co-dictator, that's not the right word, co-director even. You know, we touched on it a little bit then earlier, but what would you say between you and Fran, each one of you, sort of like, have you got areas that you more lean towards that you take control of, and then areas that Fran plans on taking?
So with this first set of tournaments, we're obviously just getting things going. Fran is more experienced in QK systems and how we interact, so is aware of things that I've done a lot of tournaments, but generally me, myself, and I running the tournament a lot of the time. So I can
attest to that.
Yeah, just working on my own. So Fran's definitely doing more of like monitoring their Quidditch UK interactions, so the emails, the Slack, I'm at the moment doing more of the sort of long-term planning, so setting up the plans for that Northern, Southern, like our timeline for things. And then I'm more likely to TD things. I enjoy TDing. Fran is less fond of it and likes doing sort of policies and stuff. So it should, we're going to actually define the official split, but I think we've called it operations and support is technically our remit. So.
Or bureaucracy and practical, possibly.
Potentially.
No. Well, just to sort of like cap off then, could you just give us a bit of a, as much as you can remember, a bit of a rundown of what we might be seeing in the next year, in this season then, which events are coming up?
Yeah, so we have, the university season is split into 2 sets of regionals. So the ones in November is Northern 1 and Southern 1. Then they will be followed by Northern 2 and Southern 2, which are to take place in February.
And these are all for university?
University teams only. Then we come around to BQC, which I want to say is in April. I'm now suddenly doubting myself. And that will be both university and community teams attending, but they won't play each other. There'll be a community tournament going on right alongside a university tournament going on. Depending on numbers, there's Dev Cup, but obviously there's not a huge number of uni teams, so we'll need to have a discussion about whether that's happening and when. And then not a Quidditch UK tournament, what will come to the European Quidditch Cup, again, Lord, I don't remember the dates. I'm terrible at details, apologies. And so the
Early summer.
Early summer, yes. The
I believe
community
this
teams.
year was January, I think. Oh no, sorry, that was
The other one.
that was the other one in Europe.
It was late May or very early June because it was around when I moved house.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's the European Quidditch Cup. The community teams, obviously, some have already qualified for that, but there's a couple spots left for the uni team. So once we've seen how Northern and Southern 2 go, some uni teams will also qualify for the European Quidditch Cup. Where that's going to be, who knows? That is yet to be determined, and that's not my job. That's outside my remit. But yeah, that's the structure of the season for the rest of this season calendar, and then who knows for the following season? That is to be determined.
To be determined. That'll be grand. But you know, we'll wait until this season goes, and then we'll start bugging you to find out information on that.
Yeah, that's fine.
But fair enough. Well, thank you very much, and we're looking forward to that. And as always, good luck in your new role. Thanks. Not that I've not said that before.
Said it many times. Many
times. But thank you very much. So the next game is going to be?
So we are doing the 3rd place playoff and the 5th place playoff at the same time. So the 5th place playoff is Sheffield versus Manchester, and the 3rd place playoff is Leicester versus Swansea.
So the next one on the stream will be the 3rd place playoff, which is Leicester versus Swansea. Thank you, because I would never have guessed that one. But no, brilliant. Well, thank you very much, Emily.
Yeah, no problem.
And again, good luck.
Thank you.
With your new job role. Let's see how I can turn this off.
Following are some words from our sponsors. ODYSSEY Freshers Cup 2020 has been provided entirely free to all the players, meaning that the generous donations from our sponsors have helped get new players into the sport for their first tournament.
The wanting spirit and all of us just pulling together and making the individuals the most important.
The fun we have on a daily basis, the adventures we have, you know, they are priceless moments.
Because supportive, they've taken me from never being in care before to where I am now, which is L&D manager.
What I love about my job is that I get to be a rock star when I come to work.
Because it's a family-run business, you've got that extra personal touch to it.
The possibilities are endless. There's so much potential. If you're looking for a new career change or something a bit different, Home from Home Care's the place for you.
I just love it. I just love it. Everything. I love everything.
Dislodged Photography are one of the longest running and most consistent quadball photographers in the sport. When the Dislodged team are about, you know you're going to get photos that show off your good side. Simon Blackshaw is a friendly photographer and face around the community who genuinely cares about the sport. We thank them for their donation towards the running of ODYSSEY Cup 2022. However, quadball isn't the only thing that you'll find photographed on the Dislodged Photography page. They also capture astrophotography. I assume that means things to do with space. Motorsports, things like bike racing and cars, and all manner of events. Pop over and have a look for yourself.
If I was to pick 3 words to describe Home from Home Care, I would definitely call it exciting, unique, and rewarding.
Knowledge, it's experience, and it's fun.
Exciting, challenging, but rewarding.
Diversity, equality, and inclusion.
It's fun, it's rewarding as well, and learning, because I'm learning new things.
following are some words from our sponsors. Odyssey Freshers Cup 2020 has been provided entirely free to all the players, meaning that the generous donations from our sponsors have helped get new players into the sport for their first tournament.
The wanting spirit and all of us just pulling together and making the individuals the most important.
The fun we have on a daily basis, the adventures we have, you know, they are priceless moments.
Because supportive, they've taken me from never being in care before to where I am now, which is L&D manager.
What I love about my job is that I get to be a rock star when I come to work.
Because it's a family-run business, you've got that extra personal touch to it.
The possibilities are endless. There's so much potential. If you're looking for a new career change or something a bit different, Home from Home Care's the place for you.
I just love it. I just love it. Everything. I love everything.
Dislodged Photography are one of the longest running and most consistent quadball photographers in the sport. When the Dislodged team are about, you know you're going to get photos that show off your good side. Simon Blackshaw is a friendly photographer and face around the community who genuinely cares about the sport. We thank them for their donation towards the running of Odyssey Cup 2022. However, quadball isn't the only thing that you'll find photographed on the Dislodged Photography page. They also capture astrophotography. I assume that means things to do with space. Motorsports, things like bike racing and cars, and all manner of events. Pop over and have a look for yourself.
If I was to pick 3 words to describe Home from Home Care, I would definitely call it exciting, unique, and rewarding.
Knowledge, it's experience, and it's fun.
Exciting, challenging, but rewarding.
Diversity, equality and inclusion.
It's fun, it's rewarding as well, and learning, because I'm learning new things.
Following are some words from our sponsors. ODYSSEY Freshers Cup 2020 has been provided entirely free to all the players, meaning that the generous donations from our sponsors have helped get new players into the sport for their first tournament.
The one team spirit and all of us just pulling together and making the individuals the most important.
The fun we have on a daily basis, the adventures we have, you know, they are priceless moments.
Because supportive, they've taken me from never being in care before to where I am now, which is L&D manager.
What I love about my job is that I get to be a rock star when I come to work.
Because it's a family-run business, you've got that extra personal touch to it.
The possibilities are endless. There's so much potential. If you're looking for a new career change or something a bit different, Home from Home Care's the place for you.
I just love it. I just love it. Everything. I love everything.
Dislodged Photography are one of the longest running and most consistent quadball photographers in the sport. When the Dislodged team are about, you know you're going to get photos that show off your good side. Simon Blackshaw is a friendly photographer and face around the community who genuinely cares about the sport. We thank them for their donation towards the running of ODYSSEY Cup 2022. However, quadball isn't the only thing that you'll find photographed on the Dislodged Photography page. They also capture astrophotography. I assume that means things to do with space, motorsports, things like bike racing and cars, and all manner of events. Pop over and have a look for yourself.
If I was to pick 3 words to describe Home from Home Care, I would definitely call it exciting, unique, and rewarding.
Knowledge, it's experience, and it's fun.
Exciting, challenging, but rewarding.
Diversity, equality and inclusion.
It's fun, it's rewarding as well, and learning, because I'm learning new things.
following are some words from our sponsors. ODYSSEY Freshers Cup 2020 has been provided entirely free to all the players, meaning that the generous donations from our sponsors have helped get new players into the sport for their first tournament.
The wanting spirit and all of us just pulling together and making the individuals the most important.
The fun we have on a daily basis, the adventures we have, you know, they are priceless moments.
Because supportive, they've taken me from never being in care before to where I am now, which is L&D manager.
What I love about my job is that I get to be a rock star when I come to work.
Because it's a family-run business, you've got that extra personal touch to it.
The possibilities are endless. There's so much potential. If you're looking for a new career change or something a bit different, Home from Home Care's the place for you.
I just love it. I just love it. Everything. I love everything.
Dislodged Photography are one of the longest running and most consistent quadball photographers in the sport. When the Dislodged team are about, you know you're going to get photos that show off your good side. Simon Blackshaw is a friendly photographer and face around the community who genuinely cares about the sport. We thank them for their donation towards the running of ODYSSEY Cup 2022. However, quadball isn't the only thing that you'll find photographed on the Dislodged Photography page. They also capture astrophotography. I assume that means things to do with space, motorsports, things like bike racing and cars, and all manner of events. Pop over and have a look for yourself.
If I was to pick 3 words to describe Home from Home Care, I would definitely call it exciting, unique, and rewarding.
Knowledge, it's experience, and it's fun.
Exciting, challenging, but rewarding.
Diversity, equality and inclusion.
It's fun, it's rewarding as well, and learning, because I'm learning new things.
Following are some words from our sponsors. Odyssey Freshers Cup 2020 has been provided entirely free to all the players, meaning that the generous donations from our sponsors have helped get new players into the sport for their first tournament.
The one team spirit and all of us just pulling together and making the individuals the most important.
The fun we have on a daily basis, the adventures we have, you know, they are priceless moments.
Because supportive, they've taken me from never being in care before to where I am now, which is L&D manager.
What I love about my job is that I get to be a rock star when I come to work.
Because it's a family-run business, you've got that extra personal touch to it.
The possibilities are endless. There's so much potential. If you're looking for a new career change or something a bit different, Home from Home Care's the place for you.
I just love it. I just love it. Everything. I love everything.
Dislodged Photography are one of the longest running and most consistent quadball photographers in the sport. When the Dislodged team are about, you know you're going to get photos that show off your good side. Simon Blackshaw is a friendly photographer and face around the community who genuinely cares about the sport. We thank them for their donation towards the running of ODYSSEY Cup 2022. However, quadball isn't the only thing that you'll find photographed on the Dislodged Photography page. They also capture astrophotography. I assume that means things to do with space. Motorsports, things like bike racing and cars, and all manner of events. Pop over and have a look for yourself.
If I was to pick 3 words to describe Home from Home Care, I would definitely call it exciting, unique, and rewarding.
Knowledge, it's experience, and it's fun.
Exciting, challenging, but rewarding.
Diversity, equality and inclusion.
It's fun, it's rewarding as well, and learning, because I'm learning new things.
following are some words from our sponsors. Odyssey Freshers Cup 2020 has been provided entirely free to all the players, meaning that the generous donations from our sponsors have helped get new players into the sport for their first tournament.
The one team spirit and all of us just pulling together and making the individuals the most important.
The fun we have on a daily basis, the adventures we have, you know, they are priceless moments.
Because supportive, they've taken me from never being in care before to where I am now, which is L&D manager.
What I love about my job is that I get to be a rock star when I come to work.
Because it's a family-run business, you've got that extra personal touch to it.
The possibilities are endless. There's so much potential. If you're looking for a new career change or something a bit different, Home from Home Care's the place for you.
I just love it. I just love it. Everything. I love everything.
Dislodged Photography are one of the longest running and most consistent quadball photographers in the sport. When the Dislodged team are about, you know you're going to get photos that show off your good side. Simon Blackshaw is a friendly photographer and face around the community who genuinely cares about the sport. We thank them for their donation towards the running of ODYSSEY Cup 2022. However, quadball isn't the only thing that you'll find photographed on the Dislodged Photography page. They also capture astrophotography. I assume that means things to do with space. Motorsports, things like bike racing and cars, and all manner of events. Pop over and have a look for yourself.
If I was to pick 3 words to describe Home from Home Care, I would definitely call it exciting, unique, and rewarding.
Knowledge, it's experience, and it's fun.
Exciting, challenging, but rewarding.
Diversity, equality and inclusion.
It's fun, it's rewarding as well, and learning, because I'm learning new things.
Welcome, ladies, gentlemen and others, to a wonderful day of Quidditch. We are coming to you live here from Plattfields Park in Manchester. It is the 4th game of the day and we have finished a very exciting group stage to bring on today's match, which is going to be Swansea versus Leicester. My name's Zach and I'm coming at you with my friend here, Sam. How are you doing, Sam?
Hello, Zach. I'm very good. Friend is a strong word, isn't it?
Okay, sorry. My professional acquaintance.
Colleague for the...
Okay, no. My semi-professional... Wait, we're not getting paid, are we?
You're not.
My amateur acquaintance.
No, I do joke, of course. I would probably use the term friend to describe our relationship together, and also friend and teammate.
Yes, of course. How are you feeling about this game coming up? We've got the 3rd, 4th playoff after our exciting game.
Very sober at the moment.
Yeah.
So we've got the lingering social coming up, and that's going to be fun. I'm personally looking forward to this game, though. Both teams throughout the day, they've come in with very small squads. Both teams are around the 10-player mark. And both teams have really put in a lot of effort, a lot of gumption, really, in every game of the play. Leicester really focusing on their beta game, I think, going into it. They do like to use their betas quite aggressively and help to get the score. Swansea, on the other hand, using a lot of drives in and drive and dish, really.
Yeah.
How are you feeling about these teams?
I'm excited. The team I've been coaching at York just finished a very close game against Swansea. So I'm excited to see them play once more. I've not managed to catch Leicester yet, but if what we are looking at is maybe some exciting aggressive beating, then got to say I'm really looking forward to this game. So for those of you at home that missed the first 3 games of the day, it was an absolutely riveting, very even field. Every single team in the tournament, all 6 of them, won 1 game and lost 1 game in the event. Every single game so far has been within swim, with a couple of, well, there's been a couple of overtime catches, but all the games have ended with like a 10 or 20 point margin.
To put it in terms of how close it is, for the both sides of the bracket,
Yeah.
there's only been a 20-point difference between the top seeded team and the bottom seeded team.
Yeah, so in the first group, York came the top of that, winning by 10 points. And then the bottom team was at -10 PD, and that would have been Manchester. And then in the other group, we have, I believe, Leeds coming top with +20. And then the group in the bottom there was Sheffield, and they came out of their game with -20 as well. So literally 1 or 2 goals would have sent these groups in entirely different directions, which is just fascinating from a tournament scene, which means that we're going to be watching, hopefully, if these teams can continue to play at this level, or God forbid even improve in time for our first divisional regional tournaments. Northern one and Southern one, well, Northern one at least, can't speak for the teams at Southern, should be very close. Of course, yeah, being from South Wales, this United University of Wales team that we're hoping to see. Ooh, starting lineups in 1 minute. Sam, give me a gut reaction. Who's going to win this game and take the bronze medal for the tournament?
My gut reaction, I must admit, I've turned around a little bit on what I was assuming at the beginning of the day. I'm now of the opinion that Swansea might take this one. At the beginning of the day, I made the mistake of underestimating them, being from players from at least 3 different teams all coming together. Traditionally, you look at that and you might think, well, okay, they're not going to have that good synergy or anything like that. But they've come into this tournament and really smashed it. And they've shown very much how connected they can all be as players.
So as the captain of Team Wales at last year's EG, you're obviously coming in with some pretty heavy Wales-based bias.
Well, I was going to say, I honestly thought they were going to... I didn't rate them for...
Okay.
They proved me wrong.
Fantastic.
Wales.
Yeah.
Just not necessarily the squad that was arriving today. But
Okay. Well, as a Midlander myself and hailing from fair and sunny Nottinghamshire, city of thieves, I'm going to back Leicester for this one. I recognise a lot of faces from this roster, from what would have been back in the day a, very competitive pre-COVID Leicester roster that used to do quite well at events. So, of course, yes.
Such as Tim Lock, who's running for the Bludgeon.
Yeah, we are shooting that way, yes.
So let's have a look at the ref team. Head reffing today, we have Master Josh Armitage. We've got James Grattan and Kyle Balderson ARing. I can also see Anna O'Gara and Manon. I'm not going to try and say Manon's surname because I'm not French. Benavides, lovely. Leading up, and I think James is SRing. About to get started. I'm backing Leicester in this brooms up. Sam. Fabulous bit of pace here coming out of both teams. Quaffle away. Ooh. So got that goal without using either of their bludgers. The safe one didn't do enough. Let's see what Swansea can do on the run back. Seconds. Right, so we're having a slight problem here with the headband. There's some white showing, which head ref Josh Armitage just has to be amended slightly so we know what's happening. You want to be clear, don't you? So let's see what they've only got one bludger here, Swansea. Let's see what they can do with it. See, I love watching with tip play. Oh. Oh. Okay, it's going. Give it to Lucas is the call as they go for a run. No bludger was retained here after that play. So
Lovely. That brings the score to 2-1. Ball just inside the half down here, which means that if it gets back to the keeper, they are allowed to pick it up and go with it. Turnover to Swansea. There's some... He doesn't have to run back here.
I believe the turnover for Swansea that was on the bludgers because there was a beat before.
Okay. So a mute to be called here for Tim, and it looks like Swansea, after a minute, are finally going to go. Ball is thrown back. It's not going to reach hands in time. Let's see if we can finish this. I'd hope so. Another lovely goal there from Banger's captain. Lovely work. 2 minutes. 2-2 is the score. Lots of fast running goals, but with a bit more shooty prowess from this Swansea team.
A little bit. It's been working quite well for Swansea in terms of getting a chaser behind the hoop.
Looks like we're having a problem with some hoops at the moment.
It's a broken hoop. That's one
Yes.
of the QC hoops. Matt Fenton will be pleased.
Well, yeah, so we've borrowed some Manchester equipment as well as some OQC equipment. The main issue being that these hoops are sadly incompatible with each other because one of them are just kind of shove it in and pray, and the other one is sort of a more nuanced screw affair. Oh, well, there we go. Josh just legging it back onto the pitch.
Watch Josh run in like a gazelle. Beautiful leg work there.
If we see anybody run faster than that all day, I'd be surprised. Never mind with a pole.
But I'd say probably could compete with Josh's immense speed when they go for it. The issue I'd say is Josh can carry all 12 hoop bases for the tournament and still keep that speed up. Will kick in like carrying a giant lollipop. Or I would say more in the fashion of the Charles catcher.
Well, Sam, looks like we're vamping, son. Are you excited? Right. So, okay, so we'll start a scene. You're a baker and I've come into your shop. We're not going to do that. I can't be bothered.
So the score is currently at 20 all, or 2-2, the ballerina's number.
Yeah, 2-2.
Saying I'm going to stick with it now.
I like it. It works too well.
So at the moment, I can't even say how long this game has been going on. I think sub 5 minutes.
Not even that, 3 at tops.
At tops, 3.
Can I get a time check, please? For the fans at home. 1 minute 40. Not even. You thought it was 5, you mug.
Well, so much has happened. We've had a broken hoop. We've had a call for a turnover of bludgers. We've had 4 goals.
4 goals.
And we've even had Anna carrying a hoop for no good reason.
Okay, so as we resume play, it looks like not Banger, they're in green and they're Welsh, so I got confused. Swansea have got themselves 2 bludgers, but Quaffle now is sitting there. Sergio taking a very aggressive position and then just scarping back once Tim appears to set up a nice little screen. Oh. Oh. Okay, we're looking at... No, let's see what Tim could do from behind here. Not very much it gets traded. Pressing coming. These university teams aren't very good at handling it. But let's see if Lucas can make a run for it. I guess there's no bludgers there. That's hit, though, so that is dropped. It's...
A lovely smack to the derriere there. You could really see the shake as that one hit.
Yeah. Cool. Milo, another Olympians loan, arriving on pitch. Ugh.
Now looking for a big pass option behind.
Oh, it's a bit loopy, but... Oh, wow, goal's good. 3-2 now, the score in favour of our Welsh friends.
So far, all 3 goals from Wales have been scored by female chasers.
From behind the hoop, no less. I love seeing that because a lot of the goals at this tournament in university play tend to be sort of, you know, drivey, dishy, running in straight lines kind of things. Yeah, so it's great to see this kind of play out of this. Look, we're going to... So the keeper backs into their line using that Quaffle immunity they're granted. Beat goes a bit wide and gets spat. There's a lot of blooders on the ground, and I think that favours Swansea here. Let's see what Milo can do. Runs back, throws it. I'm pointing at the wrong thing, but there is a goal here. Lucas just misses it slightly on the ground. Looks like we've taken some more hoop damage now. But, oh, there's a bit of a trade along with a throw. Tim's going to be running for the one down here and then throwing it back. Unless we get a trade here. Beat Tim is the call. So it looks like we're going to come out with that control then for our friends from Swansea. Let's see what the keeper can do with it. I'd love to see some pressure exerted. I want some angles coming out of this beating. Too much beating happens in straight lines here. That is not a good throw, but it looks like he's going to get some hands anyway. Nearly goes through, bounces off the ground on the floor. Counters on now. Let's go, say Leicester. Ball's on the ground, no beaters in the way. And the back tackle that you can add are good, but you need to be standing still to execute it, which is really difficult in these kind of big drives if you've got a big pair of legs. So,
if you're not able to get in front of them to plant your feet, there's no way that you're going to be able to get that back tackle.
The good news is that even though Swansea traded goals, they've managed to maintain their bludger control. They didn't expend it in any way to get that first goal. But let's see what they can do this time. Couple of substitutions. Milo quite forward, while Sergio runs on. Love that. Good old pal. Excited. Oh, shot's good. Lovely. That is 4 shooting passing goals now for Swansea. Fantastic.
Swansea, they're very willing to use their beaters just to push the defence very tight until they can get either a pass or a throw.
Very high point here. Let's see how much the hassle can do. Not very much by the looks of it. Draws out the beater though. In high level play, if you drew a beater like that on a tackle, you'd be able to see it. Okay, looks like Lucas is going to get a hold of this. Can Sergio wrap it up? Again, spaffs it slightly. Great block there. There's a reset used there, so they've only got to force that again, and then they will see a turnover. We're seeing the turn. It already was 1 reset used. So Leicester run all the way home with the bludger. See, I love this. Very patient, no driving, no dishing, setting up some boxes and kind of throwing it around a bit. That's over the top. Lovely. Oh no, that's a goaltend. Goaltending. That goal is very good. Mate, you need to be about back here. The play hasn't played. No, play's not stopped as you were. Sorry. Run back to hoops. I don't think they've stopped it. Have they stopped it?
No, play's still in. So that goal, despite not actually going through the goal, is called good because the Leicester chaser put his hand through the hoop, which is a move that only the keepers can do.
Yeah, so great tactical call here from Leicester. They've identified how these goals are coming through. Let's see some pop in here. Beat misses, I think. Milo should be able to clean this one up, surely. Sorry. So, given all these shooting, passing goals, the call from the Leicester sub-box is to switch to a bailer, which for the uninitiated is 1 person standing in front of each hoop and a point chaser, which means that they're hopefully in this defence, if they can adapt to it properly and it doesn't confuse the heck out of their freshers. I can say heck, can't I, Sam? Yeah. Okay. I'll just have to leave and let someone else do the camera. Okay, so, back to, and a little bit from behind as well, I'd imagine, but I guess that's not a rule anymore if you're standing still. So, Swansea have, however, surrendered their bludger control for what feels like the first time in a long time. Baylor is the shout again. They're adopting this tactic. So what we can see here, they're going to put 1 player in front of each hoop and then have their keeper forward, using the advantage of the immunity. They can't be rolled. This is a much better defence into shooting, it's empty, pal. Shooting, passing, heavy offences, like the one that Swansea have been deploying here. So the idea being, if the ball does loop over the top, back to this chaser we can see behind the middle hoop, there's going to be 3 people in the middle, so it's not going to work. What you have to do there is move it around, beat them out, and if you can play very tactically, you want to apply a lot of pressure, or just drive it straight in like that. So, okay, let's see how the trade goes here. Swansea are sadly going to lose control here, and let's see how the drive looks. I've got to say, even if the score doesn't depict it, oh, lovely bit of defence. Let's see what can happen here. Are they going to take another go, or is the bludger going to be back in time? Bludger over here. Oh, yeah. Lovely contact. Okay, so what I want to see now is we need to keep this physical defence. I want them to send the keeper up if they're going to put the person this far forward. Lovely. Okay, so they put in a beat on the person guarding the hoop and then it's thrown right in. But yeah, it's such a big stylistic difference between these teams, right, Sam?
It is. One thing I would say that they traded bludger control for a goal, which most people would say is a very good trade.
Right, there's no bludgers now, so let's see if the counter's on.
Their bludgers have gone, allowing Swansea to go in for a bit of a drive and dish. Running straight for it. Looks like no goal there. Went for a shot, but just missed.
So the way you deal with this Baylor defence is driving. So, and because you're going to get right close and be able to shoot it in, because they're blocking the shot, not the drive, right? It's not like a compact or a man mark where you've got chasers very far out. They're going to be super far back. So the question of skill here is that now these teams have kind of set up their plays and their counters. We see a driving offence. We see a shooting offence from Swansea, which means they switch into a Baylor defence. If Swansea have got the flexibility to now say, okay, you're going to do that, we're just going to run at you, which is what they're certainly trying to do here, then that is going to mean they're going to be able to hammer home that advantage. Oh, that was some lovely chasing there that I completely missed with the camera because I'm not very good at this.
Beautiful distribution from the keeper of Swansea into Chaser's hands there. Unfortunately, the Chaser was surrounded by two defending Chasers and also both beaters, which I would normally say is a very, very bad situation to be in.
I've completed those goals. It's not that bad. Yeah, it's fine. Right. Tim going in. Lovely napalm. Let's see the pressure. So they put. Oh, lovely bit of defence there. They've got that's in the keeper's hands now. So very safe. And they've had to use one of their bludgeons. Oh no! Milo gets beat there. Unfortunate.
Milo turning their back on the beater they were coming up against there. Not a wise move.
So Swansea no longer have that bludger control. What's the score, Sam?
The score is currently 40-50 in favour of Swansea.
Oh, another big throw. Let's see if they can finish it. There's a lot of bludgers here. You'd think that's got to be careful. Okay.
So at this moment, to me, it looks like Leicester's sussed out Swansea's attack.
Yeah.
They are making sure they're putting a bit of a defence up at the front of the hoop, but they know that the big pass or the big throw is going to come from behind the hoops, which is where the real danger is. So we are seeing that Leicester are cutting them down quite effectively now, which is slowing Swansea.
Yeah. So we saw an opening lead crawl out for Swansea, but then it seems like the advantage of switching to this Baylor seems to be working so far for Leicester. And it's the next 5-10 minutes of this game is all going to be about if the coach during this water break can correctly diagnose how to crack through this defence and then the team can execute it. It's one of these games. Quidditch can be a bit like rock, paper, scissors sometimes with the right defences. And if you keep shouting rock as someone's got their paper up, it's not going to work. You need to find your scissors. And the scissors here is running in straight lines.
True, you do need to surprise them, as you say. And it does seem that Swansea, they're very good at the tactics that they use, but they are using the same thing repeatedly at the moment now.
To be clear, very good thing. Much rather they were using that repeatedly than the running in straight lines approach.
So because this is a tournament for new players, freshers and university students, we have a mandatory 2-minute brooms down at the 10-minute mark of the game. This allows time for teams to get together, have a bit of a chat, figure out what they need to do next, see what's going well, and explain any questions that any of the freshers might have. It also, because the squads are quite small, gives them a chance to have a bit of a breather. So that's why we currently have a 2-minute brooms down now. After that, we have 5 minutes before the snitch comes on pitch.
So slightly shorter games, little breaks, just means that these squads can get a chance at working out how it's going ahead of Northern coming up 4 weeks today, I think.
4 or 3. It's one
3, something like that.
A,
in about a month.
Roughly a month today. Most of these teams will be at Northern, however, Swansea in green will be at Southern as the United Welsh Universities, or UWU for short.
I hate it more every time it gets said. No. I will get someone else to do this.
Tis the Southern for me.
Don't. So, for those initiated with the memes, Sam currently placed both of his fingers together and crossed his eyes or something. It was horrible.
I wish I did cross my eyes. I didn't know that was part of it.
Yeah, I think that's a whole separate thing, to be honest. Who knows?
Like the one who did the bathwater.
Yeah.
Tongue and cross eyes. Yeah. Love that.
No.
I've supplied free water for the event today.
Have you? Fantastic. Is it Gamer Girl bathwater?
It can be.
Oh,
right,
God.
It looks like we're calling back to a groove now.
So.
Bludger possession currently with Leicester, I believe.
And Quaffle as well. So I'm expecting to see a big drive at the moment. There's going to be a case here of how well Swansea can put in a screen here. I expect to see the beater at the front here, Milo, running back as fast as possible to try and protect the beater in face of the drive. Okay, a little bit slower, no energy at all. See a bit of a sub. There's technically a dismount there in the sub box.
Leicester are setting up a box, or possibly kind of a box.
A one-sided box.
A box with a crumpled corner.
They've sent someone up, is what you mean, Sam.
They have. Okay, so they have two shoulders with the quaffle carrier and a...
Oh, lovely little beat there. I wouldn't have gone for that at all. There's a ball behind you, Milo. Stop fighting. Ah! Immunity, immunity. Gee, this is clumsy. Leicester should have scored by now, by the way. All this throwing up in the air is very bad, and I'm slightly embarrassed. And it looks like, oh, okay, that.
Swansea somehow coming out of that with bludgeoning.
Sorry, viewers, I'm not sure what happened there. That was a little bit of confusion, I think, in the various parts.
The beater play there was something quite impressive to see. Both teams having bludger possession.
Beater, bludger hovering all the way back there. It's not doing very much. I know, I was just highlighting that they need to use that bludger.
Yeah, but in the middle of the pitch, we had Quaffle being contested for, with Leicester being able to pass the ball out to Lucas.
Lucas is the fellow driving at the moment.
Three chases on Lucas.
Lovely. I'm pretty sure that was a beat, but...
Another beat there. That's going to be a no-goal for a beat beforehand. And Swansea now have bludger control of all three bludgers at the moment. If they're quick enough...
So, let's go. Alons. Gate Schloss. Vamos. Alonzi. Come on. Why are we still chatting? There's no...
I mean, we had an interference there with the bludger, but I think possible new player.
What was the interference?
The bludger was thrown back to the hoops and the chaser stopped it with beater, which is bludger interference there.
One of the classic things you're not allowed to do in the game of Quidditch.
Should be a bit of a penalisation.
Ref doesn't see it, no harm. We've got cameras, they haven't. Cool, so let's see what we can make happen here on the angle. I really want to see a threatening move and then an attack timed alongside here. So the beaters are using the angles here, trying to make them watch at different angles. So to be clear, that's not what you want to do. Throwing it to somebody with no beater support, you want to use the location of play. But they have managed to maintain their bludger control, still two here. So let's see what can happen. There is a call of beat here, but they're still not moving. Point chaser gets rolled back here after going probably a little bit too high, and there's nobody really replacing, but here we are now. So a lot of ground one, another beat here, going to roll back. You want to use the keeper here, so if the keeper gets rolled, they're able to use their immunity so they can't get grabbed. Oh, okay, Sergio under a little bit of pressure here. Okay, there's very back to hoops there. Let's see if Lucas can make happen anyway. No, lovely play there by Swansea. Manages to keep a hold of it. Back in the hands, lovely. Yeah, there was some slight sort of rappy, rolly contact here, but there is no bludgers. The bludger's here on the ground. So I really want to see a drive here with a bit more ferocity. Lovely, that is all good.
That's the first goal of since we came back, I believe.
Yes.
Going from the beginning of the game where we're seeing lots of goals happening very quickly, now we slowed it down a little bit. That brings the score to 60-40 in favour of Swansea.
God. We're not exactly at 4 goals every 140 seconds, are we?
Not anymore,
no.
That was a very fast-paced opening to the game.
It's all to do with these teams adapting their defences to deal with the type of opposition play they're seeing, and it's been really promising. Bit of a tactical display from both teams, if nothing else. The identification of the correct angles here has been really promising in terms of development. And some of these rosters are slightly more experienced, they've got a few long-time players in them, and being able to rely on that kind of experience in game to say, this is what we need to do here is really helpful. Okay, big tackle here, puts it out into the hands of, looks like the keeper, not going to get us anywhere. Drives on though, ball's on the ground, let's see if they can finish it. Surely the answer is yes. Well, not if they throw it like that, they're not. Good shot though, lovely. That brings the score now to 8-6, 8-4, 7-4. Yeah, that's what I get for trying to guess. Right, so. So our snitch is Danny Birdsall, and Danny is being joined by loyal snitch ref James Grattan, who's been snitch reffing most of the day. I want to see a bubble here from both teams, to be honest, because we're in swim. A catch will mean everything for either team. We've seen a lot of overtime today, to be honest, but it's been some very close games. So, very aggressive posturing here, and then a bit of this new standing back contact. Ball's out into some safer hands, which means the tackle has to be disengaged. Seeker's on the way. I like Sergio as a seeker, but he's not the right kind of person to get past Danny. There's going to need to be some sneakery here. They just don't have the strength to break those arms. Gotcha, sorry. I forgot that you're the snitch camp. So is it split screen at the moment or something? Gotcha, okay, so a bit of a pile up on the ground here that Leicester are going to come off. There was a dismount there in the middle of that, so it's not going to work. So yeah, we are seeing not really much of a bubble, to be honest, but Leicester aren't taking the advantage of the bludgers not being there. Because you've got to remember, if these teams are just going to run against each other, I think we're going to see Leicester wrap up a lot of points, and they need to acknowledge that. Oh, that's a bit of a throw. I think this is going to end up off pitch. And yeah, we've got an injury at the moment.
It looks like it was a very big hit, possibly quite hard. I don't think it's high contact, but high as in high among the torso. Yeah, so it looks like it was contact high on the torso, but still below the collarbone. And Lucas has hit their head on the head, but they seem like they are talking and sat back up. So I think this will be reasonably short. We need to make sure that the players are being the first priority of the tournament. We are running contact workshops to work on safe contact as well as giving and taking, falling and receiving well, to make sure that people enter this season knowing how the new contact rules are going to happen and what might affect. And having a good laugh on the floor now.
We will, because there has been a stoppage for injury, we are going to have to see a substitution here, no matter if it's serious enough to be a long-term one. I don't know if, okay, the ref is...
Just to make sure, just to be certain, because it's always better to be safe than safer.
Oh.
Sure. At this moment, this is a time when teams can go off, get a drink, have a bit of a chat, figure out what's going on.
So, how are you feeling about who do you think's got the advantage in this current period of play, Sam?
This current period of play, it's difficult to say. I think Leicester potentially did have the advantage with Lucas's big runs that they were making, but now being on the ground, it might be a case of they might lose that advantage. So I would say Swansea again might start to pull away a little bit at this point.
So, what I'd say is that the tactics being employed in this game by Swansea, which is what we were seeing, is this lovely distribution-led, passing behind hoops, kind of trollish offence, is much harder to execute than a driving offence, which is the kind of thing that Leicester have been employing. In a situation where there's no bludgers, because they are all bubbling, which is what you have to do when you're in a game that has a 1 to 2 point margin like this one, I really think the advantage sits with Leicester, because not only is their offence simpler to perform, but it also benefits more from having no bludgers.
I hear what you're saying there. However, I would say Leicester's bludgers have stopped 90% of the attacks that...
They have.
When we're getting behind the hoops there, it's very relied on Leicester's bludgers being in the right position at the right time. So I still think it's all there to play for, but with a 3-point lead, I think Swansea potentially...
Oh, is it a 3-point lead? Ooh.
3-point lead. Swansea have more time to play around with the snitch. So their bubble around that, as long as they can keep in the game with these double points, even if for every two goals Leicester get, Swansea get one, they can still be quite secure in knowing that they can keep that bubble around the snitch.
Yeah, 3-point lead's a big advantage. It's one you'd be happy to have in any game, but you really want those 4 points so that the catch is not an immediate, well, to be fair, if you're 3 up, that means you're going to overtime anyway. but it makes it a bit cleaner.
However, it looks like the bludgers for Swansea have gone back onto the quaffle again.
Okay, so both teams have sort of seemed to abandon this bubble for a moment here. Interesting strategic call. Sergio's gotten quite a bit of an alone time. I really think the Leicester seeker needs to get in here and... Sorry, I'm pointing at the wrong thing. The Leicester seeker needs to get in here and make sure they don't have this freedom. That's a nice pass over. Kind of slightly fumble. Let's see if they can recover it. Another loopy one. Good shot, swatted out of the way by the Leicester player, but it goes in by Swansea. Goal is good. So that's the magic score. 10-6 now, Sam, right?
Swansea are now safe for the time being, meaning that they can afford to either go full on bubble and not have to worry so much.
Oh, so both teams have completely abandoned this bubble, and the Seekers are being allowed to do whatever they want. What you should do on the offence here as Leicester is just quickly run Tim over, don't take too much pressure and just beat out Sergio. So you have a little bit of room, maybe 20 or 30 seconds to happen. What we're going to see now is that there's a bit of maybe some slightly, okay. The old 1-2 catch-a-woo with the slightly interesting. Let's see how Milo and Tim are going to do in this duel over here. But I should probably be watching the quaffle play, to be honest.
Yeah, keep your eyes on the quaffle. I'll let you know if Sergio gets this snitch. They are going for it. I think Danny's trying
So, lovely bit of play here. A two-handed tackle goes for a bit of a spin, even dismounts the player. That's what happens when you take your hand off that broom. You can sometimes just dismount yourself. But it looks like Leicester are going to see if they can finish this. There's a bludger inbound in favour of Milo, and it does actually land.
Looks like Tim Lucky is starting to clear out Sergio a little bit
So,
to give their seeker a bit of time on Danny.
some alone time now for Leicester. Swansea need to get over here. They're just giving exactly what they want to Leicester.
4-point lead. They do have the ability to allow Leicester to have a bit of free time with Danny. Of course, you don't want to do that, but you always can.
So, bludger control here being held by Swansea. Moving up, they've got that 4-point advantage. They're running still this Baylor offence, which means you want to see a drive here. There's a hand in the air behind the hoops, but I wouldn't want to throw over 3 people. Okay, lovely. That's the play you want to make, right? So when you see this Baylor, you want to beat one of the players on one of the side hoops, make them go back into the middle hoop, and then either, Sam, behind you, either run it or throw it into the hoop that's no longer guarded because you synchronise that beta attack. The only problem is it requires a really precise amount of timing, which can be difficult for some of these teams with less experience and practice to put together. Oh, that was good. That looked good to me. I don't see anything wrong with that.
Coming down, so we're going to find out if Danny's wardrobe malfunction is going to
I don't see how that could be anything apart from good. It looked fine to me. It was a Swansea catch.
If it's a catch from Swansea, that will end the game at 110 points. So a series of questions being asked by Josh Armitage. What's your social security number? Can I have your mother's maiden name? What bank you with?
Yeah.
Going to be checking if Danny has felt anything such as being impeded, if any of the refs have seen anything that could affect the game. And of course, finally, they will check gender on pitch for each team to make sure that no team are breaking the gender rule.
Maximum of 4 for any one gender, yeah. I've got to say, great game by both of these teams, no matter if this is called good or not. I've been incredibly impressed by Swansea's passing and distribution plays and their use. Yeah, absolutely. And Leicester have had some fantastic driving and both teams have had some really great beta dueling. We're checking the score now, which means we're about to see a result any moment here from head ref Armitage. Catch is good. 12-4 the final score.
I think we missed a goal at some point because I was down 11-4.
Well, that's neither here nor there, mate. Well played by both teams, really enjoyed that. And congrats to Swansea for their bronze medal now of the day.
However,
Third place.
The bronze medal in spirit. The budget has been quite tight, so they will get the ceremonial spirit and handshake of the bronze.
Wonderful. Well, so we'll be back with you in hopefully about 20-25 minutes, maybe less even. 8 minutes. With York and Leeds, which is the first, second place playoff of this tournament. I will be shouting even louder than I have been this game, except this time audible from the York sub box. So yeah, I've been Zach Cox.
I've been Sam Davis.
Thanks very much for joining us, and we'll hopefully see you in a bit with the next game.
We'll be back with the final, not just the next
final.
game. And then
In
some workshops. But before then, here are some words from our lovely sponsors.
Following are some words from our sponsors. ODYSSEY Freshers Cup 2020 has been provided entirely free to all the players, meaning that the generous donations from our sponsors have helped get new players into the sport for their first tournament.
The one team spirit and all of us just pulling together and making the individuals the most important.
The fun we have on a daily basis, the adventures we have, you know, they are priceless moments.
Because supportive, they've taken me from never being in care before to where I am now, which is L&D manager.
What I love about my job is that I get to be a rock star when I come to work.
Because it's a family-run business, you've got that extra personal touch to it.
The possibilities are endless. There's so much potential. If you're looking for a new career change or something a bit different, Home from Home Care's the place for you.
I just love it. I just love it. Everything. I love everything.
Dislodged Photography are one of the longest running and most consistent quadball photographers in the sport. When the Dislodged team are about, you know you're going to get photos that show off your good side. Simon Blackshaw is a friendly photographer and face around the community who genuinely cares about the sport. We thank them for their donation towards the running of ODYSSEY Cup 2022. However, quadball isn't the only thing that you'll find photographed on the Dislodged Photography page. They also capture astrophotography. I assume that means things to do with space. Motorsports, things like bike racing and cars, and all manner of events. Pop over and have a look for yourself.
If I was to pick 3 words to describe Home from Home Care, I would definitely call it exciting, unique, and rewarding.
Knowledge, it's experience, and it's fun.
Exciting, challenging, but rewarding.
Diversity, equality and inclusion.
It's fun, it's rewarding as well, and learning, because I'm learning new things.
Following are some words from our sponsors. Odyssey Freshers Cup 2020 has been provided entirely free to all the players, meaning that the generous donations from our sponsors have helped get new players into the sport for their first tournament.
The one team spirit and all of us just pulling together and making the individuals the most important.
The fun we have on a daily basis, the adventures we have, you know, they are priceless moments.
Because sportive, they've taken me from never being in care before to where I am now, which is L&D manager.
What I love about my job is that I get to be a rock star when I come to work.
Because it's a family-run business, you've got that extra personal touch to it.
The possibilities are endless. There's so much potential. If you're looking for a new career change or something a bit different, Home from Home Care is the place for you.
I just love it. I just love it. Everything. I love everything.
Dislodged Photography are one of the longest running and most consistent quadball photographers in the sport. When the Dislodged team are about, you know you're going to get photos that show off your good side. Simon Blackshaw is a friendly photographer and face around the community who genuinely cares about the sport. We thank them for their donation towards the running of ODYSSEY Cup 2022. However, quadball isn't the only thing that you'll find photographed on the Dislodged Photography page. They also capture astrophotography. I assume that means things to do with space, motorsports, things like bike racing and cars, and all manner of events. Pop over and have a look for yourself.
If I was to pick 3 words to describe Home from Home Care, I would definitely call it exciting, unique, and rewarding.
Knowledge, it's experience, and it's fun.
Exciting, challenging, but rewarding.
Diversity, equality, and inclusion.
It's fun, it's rewarding as well, and learning, because I'm learning new things.
Following are some words from our sponsors. Odyssey Freshers Cup 2020 has been provided entirely free to all the players, meaning that the generous donations from our sponsors have helped get new players into the sport for their first tournament.
The one team spirit and all of us just pulling together and making the individuals the most important.
The fun we have on a daily basis, the adventures we have, you know, they are priceless moments.
Because sportive, they've taken me from never being in care before to where I am now, which is L&D manager.
What I love about my job is that I get to be a rock star when I come to work.
Because it's a family-run business, you've got that extra personal touch to it.
The possibilities are endless. There's so much potential. If you're looking for a new career change or something a bit different, Home from Home Care is the place for you.
I just love it. I just love it. Everything. I love everything.
Dislodged Photography are one of the longest running and most consistent quadball photographers in the sport. When the Dislodged team are about, you know you're going to get photos that show off your good side. Simon Blackshaw is a friendly photographer and face around the community who genuinely cares about the sport. We thank them for their donation towards the running of ODYSSEY Cup 2022. However, quadball isn't the only thing that you'll find photographed on the Dislodged Photography page. They also capture astrophotography. I assume that means things to do with space, motorsports, things like bike racing and cars, and all manner of events. Pop over and have a look for yourself.
If I was to pick 3 words to describe Home from Home Care, I would definitely call it exciting, unique, and rewarding.
Knowledge, it's experience, and it's fun.
Exciting, challenging, but rewarding.
Diversity, equality, and inclusion.
It's fun, it's rewarding as well, and learning, because I'm learning new things.
Following are some words from our sponsors. Odyssey Freshers Cup 2020 has been provided entirely free to all the players, meaning that the generous donations from our sponsors have helped get new players into the sport for their first tournament.
The wanting spirit and all of us just pulling together and making the individuals the most important.
The fun we have on a daily basis, the adventures we have, you know, they are priceless moments.
Because supportive, they've taken me from never being in care before to where I am now, which is L&D manager.
What I love about my job is that I get to be a rock star when I come to work.
Because it's a family-run business, you've got that extra personal touch to it.
The possibilities are endless. There's so much potential. If you're looking for a new career change or something a bit different, Home from Home Care's the place for you.
I just love it. I just love it. Everything. I love everything.
Dislodged Photography are one of the longest running and most consistent quadball photographers in the sport. When the Dislodged team are about, you know you're going to get photos that show off your good side. Simon Blackshaw is a friendly photographer and face around the community who genuinely cares about the sport. We thank them for their donation towards the running of ODYSSEY Cup 2022. However, quadball isn't the only thing that you'll find photographed on the Dislodged Photography page. They also capture astrophotography. I assume that means things to do with space. Motorsports, things like bike racing and cars, and all manner of events. Pop over and have a look for yourself.
Hello, I'm Sam Davis and you're back with the ODYSSEY Cup 2022. With me is James Grattan on the camera up here. And we're about to go into the final of the day, which is going to be, who have we got, James?
So we have on the left here, we have the mighty Leeds, and then on the right here, we have the mighty York. Both teams that have fought hard to make it to this final here today.
I was going to say you've got a bit of a bias here with the Leeds, but then I thought you weren't actually a Leeds player, were you? You were a Sheffield player.
Sheffield come sixth, so I'm very heartbroken.
Well, they put up a fantastic fight, but unfortunately my old team just wouldn't let them win.
Some old rivalries don't die.
Hang on, what have I done here?
Very loud shouting from York over here. A tsunami of York players.
As Anna told you about our little Haribo competition we had. It's actually pretty fun.
So the games will start quite shortly. We're just setting up the live stream now. Not that I accidentally set the wrong things live. There we go. Oh, it's all professionalism here. There we are. So we have Leeds on the left in green and York on the right in black. Josh Armitage is going to be the snitch for today, so Godspeed you home safely for whichever seeker's going after them. I believe Amit is going to be the head ref for this game, with assistant referee with, I believe that's Julia from Manchester, Emily Hayes. Emily Hayes. So I got confused with my Emily's there for a moment there. Emily Hayes. I think Manon Benavides is also an assistant ref. On the goals, we have Reese from Swansea and someone else. I'm not entirely sure who they are. I'm going to blame it on the fact that we've got a lot of freshers here today, being the Freshers' Cup. Now, we're going to see again, as we've seen all day, that two-armed tackling and limited contact from behind have become part of the rulebook. We have been running workshops with the university students to make sure that they are performing safe contact.
and getting people into, giving people the knowledge of the new rules going into this season. So when they get to Northern in just under a month, hopefully every team should have a bit of experience going into this. I believe York is the largest team that we have here today, with Leeds possibly being the smallest team that we have here today.
Yeah, a bit of a David versus Goliath there in that kind of hands.
A little bit. I believe Leeds have, I think, 10 players with us today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, currently 8 on the pitch. I think York have a grand total of, one moment, Alex, how many players do York have with us today?
16.
York have 16, so almost a full squad. Fantastic to see it.
Very nice growth year last year, and now we're reaping the rewards.
Ah, brilliant. Alex explaining about the growth that they had last year, reaping the rewards. That's what you like to see. You want to bring in new players and train them over the seasons. Fantastic to see a team like York growing and showing what teams, the size that teams can still get. As we've seen a lot of university teams shrink, York have maintained themselves. Well done to them.
Yeah, the overall size of the squads at Odyssey today has actually been really wonderful to see.
It's been amazing. Seeing the sign-up sheets as everyone was coming in, being on the organising committee, I could actually see as everyone was signing up, and it's been lovely to see all of a sudden towards the last 2 weeks when all the freshers suddenly put their names down. Suddenly going from, oh, we might have 2 teams made up of the 6 university squads that we've mixed together, to all of a sudden seeing, oh, we've got 6 full university squads coming. It's fantastic to see the amount of effort everyone's put in.
I was hearing from Sheffield earlier, and they, I believe, have brought 10 freshers today.
I believe they have. Sheffield have 9 freshers today. They were going to bring 10, but one had to drop out, unfortunately, at the last moment.
So I believe they have brought the most, when it's just incredible to see. Quite incredible to see from all the teams, really.
Oh, it is.
A lot of fresh faces. Obviously, that's sometimes made the reffing today a little bit up and down, but overall it's been a really good fun experience. It's been excellent to see quite a lot of players growing throughout the day.
But again, that's one of the strange things about our sport. It's such a small community that when you meet someone that you've not met before, or you've not seen their face and you don't know their name or anything like that, it's a bit of an oddity. So seeing all these new players come in, absolutely wonderful, wonderful to see, and we can't wait for them to get enshrined into the community.
Right, well, it's like we have the players now.
We have line up. It looks like Leeds have a lot of players lined up on the starting lineup here, in going for the bludger.
Okay, we have both the beaters and the chasers trying to figure out which side they're going to run.
So at the beginning of the match, a coin will be flipped, or has been flipped, deciding what decisions each team can make. You can decide what side of the pitch you're on, if you're on the left or the right side of either the bludger or the quaffle as you run for it. If you're right-handed, a lot of people would choose to be on the left-hand side so that you can scoop the ball up a bit easier. Vice versa if you're left-handed. So running on the bludger, the only person running for contested balls today is that I can name is Alex from York. York and Leeds both ready. Amit deciding that they are referring to each team as green and black. Snitch posturing there in the background. We're playing small roster rules, which means there is a break at 10 minutes for 2 minutes time. This will no doubt aid Leeds a bit, giving their small squad size.
And here we go. Right, York getting the quaffle and bludger on the turn-up. Straight goal, oh my gosh. A straight run in there from York.
Straight there. I believe that was about 3 seconds of game time before the first goal scores in for York.
All right.
Do we know his name?
Sorry, who?
The one who scored. I feel at this point I should know their name because they've done it a lot throughout the day. Very good player. Alex sneaking around there, getting a bit of a angle on the back of the keeper for Leeds, looking like they're about to try and snipe them out. A press has been called from York.
York just smashing down on the ball, and it looks like it is going to be a turnover.
York have been able to retain bludger possession there, now taking the quaffle as well. All balls in their side of the court.
There we go, let's see if York can use them well.
Some aggressive play there from Alex, really pushing out the the offense from Leeds.
Well, York have just such a high number that they can really afford to do those big explosive moves and make a lot of Leeds run. Alex there clearing out the final bludger. York seeing the opportunity.
Oh, lovely bit of contact there.
Can they get a second? Oh, yes, they do.
Beautiful work there. Some lovely attempts at stopping the attack there from Leeds quaffle carriers there by trying to get in the way of it, but unfortunately not just being able to get the power behind their legs to stop that charge. That was a terrible sentence.
You have the whole match to redeem those words, Sam.
Oh, I will not. So this is James's redemption arc here, as he's now been allowed back around the mics after your little slip up earlier.
Oh yes, I am paying penance. All right, okay. York playing a very quite aggressive high-up defence, really trying to pen in Leeds. Oh, the first bludger is gone. Oh, and that's straight onto the quaffle carrier. Alex there clearing up. Oh, and he takes out Julia, the other beater.
Oh, lovely takedown.
Not quite. Excellent stoppage there.
Beautiful work there by Leeds, piling on to the quaffle carrier there until they just couldn't take it anymore.
I think this is probably going to be where we see the true power of Leeds that has got them to the final, is the ability to just hunker down on the ball. They may not be able to get all those explosive attacks in, but they certainly will be able to make use of their efforts to stop the ball.
Slowly moving down the pitch. It looks like Carl Balderson has come on as a Merc in the green headband.
Oh, there, see if he can use his experience on Prometheus. Get the ball. Oh, an excellent cut in. Oh,
They've called it no good. No, it's a good cut in there. I think what didn't go in Leeds' favour there is all of the chasers on the attack there were in a line. It meant that the defence from York very much could just look forward and see where everything was happening. So unfortunately, great cut in, but they didn't cause any distraction to stop them from being able to be cut down, unfortunately.
Leeds there trying to cause a bit of a turnover at the halfway line.
Successfully getting a beater out of the way and also knocking the bludgers back. However, Leeds beaters have backpedaled slightly, which means that...
And it's a kick straight into the centre. York still keeping it. Oh, they're not going to just lose that. Oh. Oh, an excellent block.
Running back in, lots of speed from this player. Oh! Beautiful shot! I believe that is now his trick, not trick shot, what's the word? He's scored 3 times. All 3 goals of this game so far have been scored by that same York player. We need to figure out what his name is.
All right, okay. Leeds now trying to look for an opportunity. They have control. See if they can maybe try and get that cut in this time using their bludgers to defend. Okay.
We've stacked the right-hand side of the pitch.
Not quite working this time to the same degree.
Unfortunately, shooting over the entire defensive line of York does mean you have to get the quaffle quite high. It's a bit more difficult for your players on the ground to catch it when it's going over everyone's head. So I would suggest if Leeds were going to continue trying to get these cut-ins and long shots, that they need to be doing it away from the defensive line of York.
Well, York now having gained all three required balls. Again, really using that.
Some lovely work. However, Kyle is in there, a bit of a thing.
Oh, but he's protected by the beaters. Leeds sees the run.
Oh, good slap there. It looks...
Oh, an excellent dodge.
Have been called safe.
And an excellent goal there. Nice, beautiful driving dish.
Beautiful work. We see a lot of the time that to get these goals really at the end, that passing option after the first player's given the drive is really essential. You need to watch out, really, when a player runs in trying to get everything by themselves. Eventually people are going to cotton on to what you're doing and they're going to try and hit you hard, just like that. Being able to get that quick pop off there is really going to be what's going to get goals racking up in a moment. York have opened up their bludgers.
Oh no, the ball. Oh.
From goal has been called good, with Kyle Balderson saying that the goal did go through there. It's what you need to do. It's something that people need to remember. This is a game, it's a sport. You don't win by denying people a goal that goes in legally. If it goes through, you got to be honest about it.
So I think the score now is it 4? Is that 4-1 to York?
You are correct there, James.
Kyle sizing off the opportunity. And it's straight into the hands of, like, the York chaser. Oh, there's a bit of a scuffle.
Lovely bit of binding there by York.
Oh, and it's passed off.
That's over. Again, unfortunately, that initial pass from Kyle Balderson there, just going wide of the players, trying to throw it around the defensive line. It's just not going to quite work when your players have to dip and weave in between the defensive chasers, especially if you're throwing over the head of them.
The York defence just seems to be swarmed all over any time Leeds makes a pass, and it is really paying off. Oh, here we go. We're seeing some energy now. Not quite from a cut in there. Can they make it again? And he runs it in beautifully.
Lovely bit of arm work by that player there, making sure that the defending Leeds players weren't able to get a hand towards the ball. You know, allowing your arm to span out so that they're going to chase the ball, leaving your body free to make that cut across. Fantastic use of mind games there.
Okay, Leeds again, moving up without control. York setting quite a high defence.
Oh, beautiful bludger play there by Leeds.
They can collapse in. Julia kind of clearing the way. Oh, the run is on. The running's on.
And he's off Broom, unfortunately. Oh, that was a brilliant opportunity for Leeds there. This is one of the times that you guys sort of like think, sort of like big thighs really do help keep the broom in there for you. Coming in now, we have York with bludger control. Bludgers being used just to keep a little bit of pressure off of their quaffle carry. He's making a cut across and straight through.
And it's an excellent goal there from York. I think York seems to have cracked how to get around the Leeds defence, throwing all the players to one side and making just a lovely little
Pop.
Oh, can Leeds? Oh, there's a bit of a kerfuffle here. Can Leeds get control back? All right, Leeds have now actually managed to get control back. Let's see if this can pay off.
Score is 60-10 for York. I'm not entirely sure of what the time is of this game at the moment.
Well, it's under 10 minutes because we've not had the water break yet. Okay.
Long pass over there.
These quite long arc shots are not helping Leeds here.
They're not coming out. Unfortunately, I think Leeds, a lot of their players being a bit shorter than the York players, when they're making these shots over, they're pretty much throwing them blind, which means they're not going to be that accurate.
And Leeds there having just scrambled all over that quaffle. They're taking a bit of a time.
Leeds have been able to come out of that with bludger control still intact. However, York have got the quaffle. There's 10 minutes has just been called. So once there's a lull in play, brooms down will be called. So this very likely will be the last shot of this half. They're lining up. It looks like they are going to attempt to go for a long shot. Oh, it's been a pass over there. Oh, a fake pass there. Going for it, run in. Oh, just rimmed the edge of the hoop there.
Oh, but that was in the second time. An excellent bounce off.
Did one go through then?
Yes, they just a player off the ground just managed
Oh, just in there.
Just managed to bounce off the rim there. Absolutely beautiful shot.
Fantastic. So now we have a 2-minute timeout. This is a good time for players to have a bit of a chat with their coaches, their refs, see what's going on. For new players, it's a wonderful time to be able to have a bit of a chat, see what's working for them, if they've got any questions, to ask some of the coaches that we've got dotted about. It's also, especially for Leeds with such a small squad, a chance for them to have a little bit of a break to get some of their energy back. This is, of course, something that we do here. This isn't an official rule that's within the Quad Book rulebook. This is just a nice little courtesy because for the first tournament with smaller squads attending, we want to make sure that everyone has a good time, is safe, and also leaves unexhausted so that they can learn from the experience and not just run at each other while knackered. Oh, how do you think this is going, James?
I think York seem to have cracked Leeds in a way.
I think they've figured out, haven't they?
Yeah, York seem to have, they just make a nice aggressive beta play at the upper Leeds half, and then they sort of seem to run it in, and just last second pop it off for a nice little cut off. Someone's normally there just to pass it in, and Leeds just quite haven't been able to shut that down yet. I think as well in the defence, York they're just everywhere, just all over Leeds. Like the minute that a Leeds player passes a ball, there are just 2 York players just immediately following it, and it's incredible gusto to see. I think Leeds are still doing an excellent job. They're playing a much more slow, controlled game. I think they realise that if they go ham here, that York will just win it. So they're trying to sort of look for that perfect opportunity, but they're just not quite getting it just yet. We have seen Leeds trying to get some really nice cut-ins that are just not quite there. Maybe we'll see that in the 5 minutes before the snitch comes on. Any differing thoughts?
Very similar, I must admit, James. Very similar thoughts from me here. To be honest, if I was in the Leeds huddle at the moment, I would be looking for more defensive opportunities. It's a bit of a situation where at this point York have 6 points up on Leeds, and with only 5 minutes until the snitch is on pitch, that's a very dangerous position to be in. At this point, I would say for Leeds, they really want to slow the game down a bit, make sure that gap in between them doesn't get any wider. If they're lucky when the snitch comes on pitch, if they're able to catch Josh Armitage quickly, that brings them I believe, that's 3 points behind, but then they have to, so that would mean that they would have to get 6 as opposed to York's 3 that they would need to score to end the game. Still a very difficult thing to do, but it's easier to do that than if York are able to get another 5 or 6 goals up on them.
Yeah, I think we need to see a little bit more aggression with the quaffle from Leeds when they're attacking. Try and get that control back, and then maybe look at their options and what they can do. Right, we're seeing a few sub changes now. Swapping out some beaters and chasers.
Quaffle and bludger control is currently with Leeds. They have
control. Let's see whether they can use it.
They have slowed the game down slightly, giving themselves a bit more breathing room here to work with.
Nice little chaser pressing the quaffle on the beater.
We have both the bludgers walking up slowly with the Leeds quaffle carrier, making sure that the defensive line can't get directly at the quaffle carrier as they're trying to get in nice and close. I'm not entirely sure what that was. It was a throw right over the hoops into the hands of the York players. York captain now having quaffle control.
There's a bit of a scuffle there for the blue.
Beaters taking down.
And there's a big battle in here.
It looks like beaters have been removed from the defence. Pass over there to York chaser. Another pass over and a lovely.
A 1-2 pass. Absolutely stunning work.
Many passes happening there.
I think we just need to see from Leeds just the beaters just sitting back slightly. York beaters just seem to be winning that beater battle in the middle.
Again, that beater battle, you don't necessarily need to win them every time. You just need to take them out of the defence.
Oh, exactly. It's just happening quite high up, and then it's just giving York all the room just moving around.
Exactly.
They feel very comfortable passing around.
Again, that comes with experience though a lot of the time, knowing that if you're on the defence, if your beta battle goes down in the centre of the pitch, you are giving the attackers an advantage.
All right, well, Leeds now sort of trying to mix it up, but and the run is on. No, he thinks about it.
Again, possibly a mistake to slow down and think about that one with only one defender in front of him at the time.
Kyle there imposing quite like a come at me, I will try and deck you, and it's really made the York chaser, or keeper in this case, think twice about running.
Again, I think at this point York have figured out that they are now 7 points ahead. They can afford to slow this game down and just make sure that every attempt they go for.
This time, having figured it out, and see whether they can now translate that into an offense.
Leeds beaters there, getting themselves into a brilliant position to make sure that they could cover those passing options. York at the moment really favouring passing around the hoops and keeping the ball moving. It does help break up defences when they're having to chase the quaffle constantly. So keeping it moving has been a very powerful play throughout this day for both teams.
Let's see some of that movement now from Leeds.
Again, big long pass there, but just skimming the fingers, unfortunately, not making a shot.
I just don't think these diagonal passes are quite working for Leeds here. York just seems to, look at that, just a crazy beat battle going on. And it's meant that York, they're just running it straight in. He's looking for his options.
Safe there, now no bludgers in front of them. However, Kyle has gone in there. Just to clarify, blood was not spilt.
Figuratively.
But we're saying, with these diagonal passes that Leeds are trying to do at the moment, it takes a lot of timing and accuracy at the same time, and also to gauge the speed at which your passing option is running to really get these off. You know, it's something that you need to be practicing with the team before trying to do it in a game. We now have the snitch, Josh Armitage, on pitch.
Is on. All right. Excellent stoppage there from the keeper. He bounces off, passing it off. The drive is on. Is in the water.
Ooh. It looks like that was almost a boundary call. A drop down to the knees, not quite sure why.
Dancing on the edge of that boundary. But Kyle's in there. Kyle's beating out, but it goes straight to Leeds. I think Leeds here really need to sort of change what they're doing pronto. And the press.
A press has been called, but no one has followed.
Alex there holding off. All of Leeds are just. All right, well, advance has been called.
Here come these Seekers into the game now.
All right, that's straight off there.
Yeah, follow the quaffle.
Yeah, right.
Thank you. Both Seekers in. Oh, wonderful goal there. Sneaking that in from Leeds, bringing the score to 20-80 in favour of York.
No, it didn't even see. Excellent there.
And there's another goal.
Running another one in.
Oh, lovely bit of knee skidding there from the Seekers. Josh Armitage holding both Seekers off again before Alex from York coming in to clear out the Leeds Seeker.
Almost there on number 32.
They are going for it.
And that's what you just need to do against snitches. It's just constant pressure. All right.
Lovely bit of passing around the hoops there for
bit more diagonals.
Leeds.
But Leeds managing to hold it this time. I think without the inclusion of some of the beaters, it means that they can actually get some of these passes in. But no.
Coming into the game.
Oscar there in the green, slowly working it up. I think York now are probably going to look to slow it down. They don't want Leeds running them in.
They now have a full bludger bubble around the snitch.
You might see that the quaffle game dies down quite a little bit.
I think it's going to slow down slightly until they get a moment to break away like that.
An absolute pile-up of players.
Oh, it looks like a broom's down. Oh, that could have been a very close one for the Seeker there, as they were chasing Josh across the pitch.
Number 32 is just taste that tail with how much they've. It feels like they've gotten close to it at the moment.
A little bit. Looks like stoppage for potential minor injury. Both players are up, at the moment. The score is currently 90-20 in favour of York. York having entire control over the snitch at the moment. They also have, I believe, bludger control, which puts them in a very dangerous situation for Leeds. It sounds like, at the moment, stoppage, two players collided as they ran through each other. Unfortunately, it is a danger of the game. Full contact game, lots of people running. Eventually, you are going to hit someone else.
Oh, two players' heads just thunk.
Makes a lovely sound. Oh, the sun has moved into the perfect place to blind me now.
Oh, it's been bloody.
How are you doing up there?
I'm in permanent hand over face as I try to find out where the quaffle is.
Looks like brooms are back up. Carl Balderson passing off to the keeper. The seeker for York sent back to hoops because they chased after the snitch before the 3 seconds were up.
We've seen this a lot today. Oh. Okay. Leeds hovering a little bit.
A press has been called by York, attempting to break up the attack.
Kyle seals the run. He passes it off. Not quite.
Oh, some real fighting around the snitch. Very close to grabbing the snitch tail there.
It's honestly, Josh is really putting Josh through their paces.
York subbing in a new seeker to have a go at it, a bit fresh, but Leeds are now putting in a lot more effort around the snitch. However, Leeds now have full bludger control with all three bludgers on the ground. Going in for a goal, but being blocked out just at the end there.
Yeah, Leeds trying to, a little bit of a dive there for the ball. Leeds getting it. I think York now having bludger control again. I think they've kind of realised that, wait, we kind of need to stop Leeds running it in here. They are getting quite close.
Leeds uncontested around the snitch. However, the Leeds beater coming in to remove York. Leeds now having uncontested control around the snitch. One beater blocking out. York do have bludger control. However, the snitch is currently very firmly in the control of Leeds.
Christina there, like trying to go for a little jump in. You really have to go for any angle to try and take the snitch stop from Josh.
Quaffle game again, slowing right down, allowing beaters to concentrate around the snitch for a moment.
Well, and if Leeds can just maybe sort of use that to their advantage, maybe get a few goals in. Oh, there's a two-arm tackle trying to take Oscar down.
Oscar has been beaten just before, therefore the goal is no good.
Both seekers trying to get around Josh to no avail. They shall not pass.
Yeah, and this is a very experienced player as the snitch today. Oh! Very close to having a catch there with a little bit of a twist and a turn. But it looks like, so we found out the name of this player is Robin, who's come on as a seeker. Robin scoring the first 3 goals of the game today.
Can Leeds get it in? Oh, there's a bit of a run around. They managed to dodge the pile. Back to the tall boy. Back to Julia again. Oh, but it was a beat. York just really good at shutting down that ball running around their hoops. The call of control has been made.
Bludger control is currently with York. York walking the quaffle up the pitch with their keeper.
Oscar just having a nice chill.
Oh,
he just ducks right into Kyle.
Oh, Oscar going for a 90-point snitch grab there, not quite making it. Oh, there's another brooms down.
It's 20 minutes.
We're at the 20-minute mark. We've called for a brooms down of 2 minutes just to give players a bit of another bit of a break and a fresher. As we've said, with Leeds having only 9 players at the moment, a game going on this long can be a bit tiring, especially with both teams putting in so much effort. The score is currently 90-20. So, James, now I'm going to be the one, because I'm talking first, to ask you the awkward question. What would you do differently if you were, let's say, Leeds?
the ball closer in this time because York is having to spread out their beat. I think that we definitely need to see a bit more of that aggressive play from Quaffle. At worst, it means that York scales back their beaters, meaning that Leeds gets a bit more chance on the snitch. And you know, if York don't respond, then Leeds can keep getting some of those goals in, and then maybe try and sneak a catch. You know, if you know that you're going up against a snitch like Josh, who's going to be a lot tougher to catch, you can afford a little bit more of that leeway of trying to sort of get some goals in. Because I think in Leeds' case, if they do catch now, it would probably be another 3 easy goals for York. So I think while the beaters are being a bit more spread out, this is the perfect chance for the Leeds to get in. And I think they just need to just get a bit more passing round the hoops rather than over the hoops, because that's what we see. Those just little loopy long passes. York are just absolutely loving them. They can just stare off from a bar and be like, I know exactly where that ball's going, and 2 people are immediately descending upon it.
I fully agree, especially in a final like this. At this point, there's not really that much point in Leeds trying to go for a catch on Josh. My personal game plan would be to pull the beaters back into the Quaffle game and try and force it through as many times as possible there, using our seeker, or the Leeds seeker, only to put in enough pressure on Josh that York are going to feel like they're going to have to keep their bludgers around the seeker. That's what you need to do. Josh is a snitch who is going to be able to hold off both seekers for a long, long time. So this is the perfect time to start trying to rack up some goals. But it's going to be a case of having to get a bit more physical around those hoops and using their beaters to come in and clear out some space for them.
Yeah, I think we've seen that when Leeds do actually try and go for a bit more of a drivey style of game, it does seem to get them a lot closer. The York lot are sometimes just a little bit smaller than some of like the Leeds taller players, so maybe they can use that size advantage to maybe get that in. But yeah, I think we can definitely see a bit more like just passing around the hoops and just around rather than over, and maybe we'll see a few goals because we have seen that when Leeds do get those goals in, they are normally around, and they are slowly getting better at getting those catches in. So we'll see.
Players have been called back to their brooms. At the moment, we have Leeds with the Quaffle control, and bludgers are currently, I believe, 1 bludger with York and 2 bludgers on the floor.
I do apologise to the viewers at home. The sun is now directly in my eyes. If I'm not directly following the Quaffle, it's because I am now blind.
Again, reinvigorated snitching here from York, really putting in a lot of energy and power into this. Hopefully, I think, waiting for Josh to make a mistake and raise the wrong arm here. Beautiful work seeing it happen.
It really is a duel of fate.
Christina really waiting for a bit of a sneak attack on there on the snitch.
Able to risk it round, straight to Kyle. Can they get the beater off? No, they're being swarmed by a million York players.
York's captain regaining the Quaffle. A lot of energy on the snitch game. York really want that snitch.
The thing is that we are time capped at 30, so York could just play it very casually and be like, hey, we know that we're points up. Kudos to them, they're trying to get that catch, they're trying to finish off the game. Okay. Oh, ball goes round.
Christine trying to tie up Josh Armitage's arms to get behind their back.
Oh, York players, York seeker there trying to get in between the madness. Maybe in that split second when Josh's attention is turned away, they can get that cheeky arm in and try and get the snitch catch.
Maisie really going for it.
York there cheering them on from the side, trying to give them all the tips that they can.
Leeds have very much slowed down the play here. I'm not entirely sure why. I don't know where their seeker is, and their beater doesn't seem to be removing Maisie as a threat.
Has been made. Really struggling.
York holding bludger possession.
They've used their reset, and now it looks like. Oh right, York getting the ball. Leeds here. I think they're really starting to crack under the pressure. They're looking at their options, and it isn't many.
It looks like on the Seeker game, Josh Armitage is giving a teachable moment to both Seekers. I think that was about the snitches down procedure.
All right, no bludgers call has been made.
Some passing around the hoops. I think York might be getting either a little bit tired or distracted by the snitch game, as their hands weren't ready for that pass at all. Maisie working hard here on Armitage the snitch, trying to use body mechanics to get around them. Oh, very good swipe attempt there by Maisie.
Still absolutely gunning for it. Leeds. Oh, here we go. Christina's now coming in. Oh, can Leeds get it in? No.
Fortunately, not getting that goal.
Leeds is also just getting really tired.
Another call for no bludgers has come in.
Oh, there goes the run. There goes the run. Run through them. It's a pass, but it's still going. That's an excellent goal. That's now putting them at 120.
120.
There's a little bit of a beater exchange there in the Leeds half. We have a bludger right in front. Leeds haven't quite noticed it. It means York have been able to pick it up. I think the tiredness is really setting in.
Leeds really playing a slow game here. Cal Balderson trying to demonstrate he's got hands over there in the distance.
He does, in fact, have hands. Tries to go to Julian, but the keeper just shoots it down. I am the bigger boy, he says. And it's just a nice run in.
The snitch is now down to a handicap of only using one arm.
We'll see now whether Josh can do it. Oh! I think we got that on the snitch cam.
Of course we did. Let's have a little replay.
Josh there just distracted by the York Seeker, Christina from in the Leeds top, just able to slip in. And just without that second hand, all they can do is try and turn in panic.
Now, if this is called good, that brings the score to 50 to 110, with the score to win the game being 140. Now,
it's quite a tall order.
It's a tall order. However, it's slightly better than trying to get 90 goals at the moment. So having to get, that would be 7 goals they would need to score to get that.
We have seen that York have slowed down a fair bit. We don't know whether this is intentional or more that this is them just keeping the pace of the game.
Catch has been called good. Wonderful. That now means I can turn the snitch cam off for the final time today. Josh reclaiming their sack from Christina.
Happy Josh comes off. Be quite sad that they didn't manage to quite make the half an hour time cap, but lasting probably the longest out of all the seekers today.
That brings the score to 110 to 50 in favour of York. We now have a very brief interlude.
Chance for Leeds and York to get their breath back. I think both teams are quite dead at this point. We did see the tiredness kick in for Leeds a little bit sooner, but York now have seemed to slow down as well.
A little bit, but this will give them a little bit of time to get their breath back and get back into the game. I think we're about to see both teams now really gunning for it. Of course, being 7 points down hasn't stopped some teams before in the past. You get a snitch catch and all of a sudden you're revitalised. So we might see some more intense play coming from Leeds again.
I mean, we've seen it in many finals before, many prestigious finals. This could be the most prestigious of all finals.
I think it definitely is the most prestigious of all finals. To be the first winners of a... You see, it hasn't happened 2020. Well, the season of 2022, 2022/23.
There we go, there we go. We've narrowed the window, but we've got there.
We'll do it. It's like saying I'm the first person to climb Mount Everest wearing 3 different colours of socks. You have to change the goalposts if you want to win.
Are you suggesting that, in fact, that for Leeds to win here, they have to move the hoops?
We could attempt it. We could move them slightly closer.
We could do it for the content.
Do it for the vine. Is that still a thing? Do it for the vine. That's still a thing, isn't it? So,
We're definitely not old and behind the times.
Leeds needing 8 goals to... 8 goals? Is it 8 or 7? So the score is currently 5-11.
So they need 9 goals, is it? Oh no, wait. 5-11, yeah, so they need 6 to catch up and then another 3.
True. Okay, well, the scorekeeper says that there's only been 10 goals scored for York, so I'm going to remove a goal from them.
Right, so it looks like, however, that the head ref has decided that at 30 minutes, the game will end.
That's the tournament time cap.
There's a bit of a shake.
Leeds being now only needing 5 goals to draw, or 6 goals to win in that case, as long as they do not concede to York.
All right, we're seeing a bit more movement now from Leeds. They have a shot. They can see that trophy. I mean, I guess we don't have a trophy in this case, but they can feel that win.
They can feel the ice cream float. Big old pass over, did get to her hands, but just kept in the side.
Unfortunately, gonna love that. Oh, an excellent beat there from Alex. Oh, and he just. Excellent block there from Casino.
That was a good attempt there by York, but of course, as you say, Christina getting in the way there. York just not being able to pass it off.
There's a bit of a scuffle there in the middle with the beta battle, number 49, Alex.
Alex really trying to keep the bludgers in the centre of the pitch.
And I think the thing is that York know that if they just keep putting the pressure
That's
on
guarding.
the
That's guarding. She moved towards...
All right, it looks like a foul has been called against York. The commentating team actually having a direct impact in the game. Okay, so we believe that the call is going to be made for guarding, where one of the York players was guarding the third bludger. To see what the head ref thinks of it.
I believe guarding is still a...
Oh yeah, guarding is still a thing.
Guarding is still a rule, with the bludger on the ground, with the beater moving in there to block out any attempt at regaining possession.
You don't see it often called these days.
I must admit, I'm just a bit of a stickler for the rules around beating. In terms of being a beater myself, I always hate it when people stretch them a little bit. Of course, this is a fresher and university beginning tournament, so you know, people learning the rules. It's always a good way of making sure that people enter the remaining of the tournament.
Oh yeah, well you want to make sure as well that everyone's sort of starting the game and playing is just playing by the right rules. I think in the case of the guarding here, it really grinds my gears when I see that like players are going to bend down to pick up that third bludger, and just as they pick it up, the other player's like, I'm going to beat you now.
Well, of course, the moment they've touched that third bludger, you can beat them. The issue being is when someone's going for that third bludger, if you start moving towards them with the intent of beating them, that's when it becomes third bludger guarding.
Oh, and it looks like it has been called.
There has been a turnover there. So the problem here is not the fact that they beat them as they picked up the ball, it's the fact that before they touched the ball, they went for the wind-up and moved towards them. That's been a turnover of the bludgers. I wouldn't say it affected Quaffle. Ref's currently having a discussion.
It's deciding whether they give the Quaffle away to. Okay, no Quaffle will be turned
Quaffle has been retained.
Okay, York are like, it's fine. We've lost the bludger, but we can maybe get it back.
Leeds still, York still having a 5-point lead at the moment. Strong bludger defence around the Quaffle there, stopping heavy contact, but contact has been able to get past Alex. Oh, lovely shot, but not quite doing it.
Goal ref is calling it no good.
Bending the hoop backwards, but not going through.
You hate to see it. You hate to see it. It was some excellent dancing around
Long pass over. Oh, just getting fingertips to it and running it down the pitch. There are no limits to kicks anymore. One thing that this season that people have forgotten a couple of times is there's no longer a limit of 1 kick per player. You can now kick the balls as many times as you want. Which for some players a couple of players it seems have been trying to bring their football skills to bear. Kyle Balderson, the keeper for Leeds, currently walking down the pitch. No goal. That might have been a little bit of a desperation throw there from Kyle. They did have space to be moving forward, and with a full roster of chasers, they could have been pressing around the hoops to get some options around there for him. Alex clearing out the bludgers there and making sure that York now have control. Oh, it looks like we do have a brooms down here.
Oh, I think bludger interference has been called.
They might call it a third bludger interference. I think Alex threw a bludger back to their beater partner, then threw a second bludger away, and then picked up the third. However, for me, it did look like the second bludger they threw was aimed at a player, so it might be a bit contested here. So we might see no call coming out.
We have to see, I think a call earlier was made where someone did think that they made it at a player, but then it turns out that player was off route.
Oh, there have been no call made there. Was it? Thank you.
Because they were all on the floor.
They've called it no bludger interference because 2 of the bludgers were on the floor, not 1 of them.
Right, Leeds. Let's see some Hail Mary plays here. We do not have much time left. Nice little long, and it's just another interception there from York. They're just hands are everywhere. I swear they've got 4 of them on each player. Those interceptions just been beautiful all game.
There's at least 8 hands on pitch for the York chasers at the moment. Looking for a passing option, but waiting until they get tangled up there.
Can 93 get that goal in? Oh, they do.
Just over the heads of the Leeds players there to pop it straight through that hoop, bringing the score to 12-5. It looks like a little spider has just got in front of the camera lens there. James, are you all right just giving the camera lens a little wipe of that? Just very gently. That'll do it, thank you. There you go. There you go, and back into the game. Leeds had the quaffle, now they don't have the quaffle. It was thrown off pitch. Leeds chaser number 72 now with possession. I believe if they score this goal, this does win the game for York.
Oh yes, so it does.
There's 30 seconds left of play.
Oh, can York do it? Oh, not quite. Oh.
It looks like there's going to be a bit of a discussion here.
Is this goal? The goal ref is saying good?
Goal ref, Zach McDonald is saying good. I think it's just Amit didn't quite see it, so they're asking.
Goal has been rolled, goal good. And
That.
York have reached the set score of 140.
That's 140 to York, 50 to Leeds, meaning that York take the Cottonopolis. What's the other one? What are we doing? The Odyssey Freshers Cup 2022 has gone to York, with Leeds coming in as second place.
Fine, sterling performance from both. I think just Leeds just felt a little bit out of depth on the attack. York just really were able to just move over all of Leeds in the defence and just strike hard with a really nice beater fight. It calls a beater fight in the middle of the pitch, and then some excellent cut-ins there.
It's what you like to see. It's been a fantastic day watching all the new players come in, watching people get to experience their first tournament, and seeing how people from the very beginning of the day have advanced all the way to the end. We're going to see in a couple of weeks how teams have taken lessons from today and implemented them within their teams, in their trainings, and come back swinging at Northern Cup, run by Quidditch UK.
It sounds so sponsored. Sponsored by
It does. We're not sponsored by Quidditch UK, but we would like to thank our very generous sponsors for the day. Utility Apparel, Home from Home Care, and Dislodge Photography. We're about to go in to the award ceremony here. James, would you be all right giving that mic to Emily?
All right, wonderful.
So we can hear what's going on in the event ceremony. Hmm? That's entirely fair. Yeah, if you try and do it around the yellow cone for me.
I will do, yeah. I'm just letting Josh yell because I now can't.
Well, you can.
I can. I don't want to deafen you for review.
Everyone.
Give them a spoon each.
Spoon.
Yeah, as like an award. Where you can... and then you go...
We now have all teams surrounding Emily Hayes as we award the first place finalists of... Where are you going? Emily herding students, very much like herding cats, trying to get them into the right place.
I reckon it's time Odyssey gets a real Odyssey Cup.
We did have one last year, it's gone missing. It has. I will let you know, I am still mic'd up though. So coming into it, York coming back from taking their photos. Everyone always loves having a nice bit of photos after this. And here comes Emily with the closing ceremony of Odyssey Cup 2022. It's gone missing. Dad, I will let you know, Anne. And here comes Emily with the closing ceremony.
Lovely prize of some ice cream trays.
The Odyssey Cup this year being 2 trays of Oreo ice cream that we found at an ice cream van. The York players looking chuffed with their ice cream. Everyone receiving a ceremonial spoon for their ice cream floats.
fact that you have done an absolutely fantastic job. Putting on my different hat, I am co-events director of QK, so I hope I see all of you at whichever regional you're planning to attend, whether it's Southern on the 5th of November or Northern on the 12th of November. It'd be fantastic to have you all there, and also to volunteer, so we have referees. The plan now is to do either workshops or sort of friendly games. We'll have a quick chat with your team representatives about what you would prefer. Then there's a social afterwards at, what's the order of the numbers?
2579.
That we will take you to. If any of you have to leave due to transport or can't stay, that's absolutely fine. We would also like to invite you to join us. We are doing an Olympians training tomorrow. This exact same place starting at 11. If you want to join us, you're welcome to. If you have travel and you can't, no worries. But we'd love to have you. Final big thank you to everyone who's helped make the tournament possible today. So the rest of my lovely tournament committee, including Sam, who's been doing the live stream, and all our volunteers, particularly those who are not playing and have put in their time today. So big round of applause for the volunteers. Alright. If you're a team captain, representative, come chat to us, we can decide what we're doing. Otherwise, get some water, get some food.
And that has been Odyssey Cup 2022. Thank you for joining us. We will be back again next year. We look forward to seeing all the university players and teams at their next fixture, which will be Northern, will be the first one for the university teams going into the game. We'd like to thank all of our sponsors who have helped provide this tournament entirely free for students. And as Emily has said, we are about to go into a couple of workshops and friendly games to make sure that everyone can use the remainder of the day to the best possible use and make sure they're ready going into the new season. So thank you very much for watching, and we will see you soon. Following are some words from our sponsors. Odyssey Freshers Cup 2020 has been provided entirely free to all the players, meaning that the generous donations from our sponsors have helped get new players into the sport for their first tournament.
The wanting spirit and all of us just pulling together and making the individuals the most important.
The fun we have on a daily basis, the adventures we have, you know, they are priceless moments.
Because it's supportive. They've taken me from never being in care before to where I am now, which is L&D manager.
What I love about my job is that I get to be a rock star when I come to work.
Because it's a family-run business, you've got that extra personal touch to it.
The possibilities are endless. There's so much potential. If you're looking for a new career change or something a bit different, Home from Home Care's the place for you.
I just love it. I just love it. Everything. I love everything.
Dislodged Photography are one of the longest running and most consistent quadball photographers in the sport. When the Dislodged team are about, you know you're going to get photos that show off your good side. Simon Blackshaw is a friendly photographer and face around the community who genuinely cares about the sport. We thank them for their donation towards the running of Odyssey Cup 2022. However, quadball isn't the only thing that you'll find photographed on the Dislodged Photography page. They also capture astrophotography. I assume that means things to do with space, motorsports, things like bike racing and cars, and all manner of events. Pop over and have a look for yourself.
If I was to pick 3 words to describe Home from Home Care, I would definitely call it exciting, unique, and rewarding.
Knowledge, it's experience, and it's fun.
Exciting, challenging, but rewarding.
Diversity, equality and inclusion.
It's fun, it's rewarding as well, and learning, because I'm learning new things.